Gutierrez.
Nowhere I'd rather be, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Gray Jackson. Honored to be here. Mr. Birch.
Here.
Mr. Clayman.
Here.
Dr. Selcraig. Here. Ms. Drummond. Present. Ms. Osiander. Mr. Flynn. Ms. Johnston. And Mr. Coffey is excused. He may join us later. Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. I would just note, just for the public's information, I received a call from Mr. Coffey, and his wife has some medical issues that required him to actually leave the chamber about 4:15 to attend to those. He's hoping to get back tonight. He's certainly got his priorities straight by being with his wife and not with us at this point in time. And we have the Boy Scout troop from Chugach Optional School here to lead us in the pledge. If they could come forward and lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag and the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And what I would actually, when we get Boy Scouts here, we actually like you to come and introduce yourselves. I know some of the older Boy Scouts may be here working on a merit badge, but if they're just here to lead the pledge, they can just let us know their names.
Okay, go ahead.
Speak into the mic, please.
I'm Ferris Allen. I'm Teddy Carwell. I'm Matthew Lundell.
Stand back if you can.
I'm Christopher Hansen. I'm David Lundell. I'm Christopher Loudon. I'm Ethan Davis.
Thank you very much, Jim.
And thank you all for leading us. The first thing we have is minutes of previous meetings, but we actually don't have any for approval. So that brings us next to the Mayor's report. Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I do have one item and then just a few comments, but I do want to, if I can, have Mike pass these out. This is our 2008 Project Management Engineering end of the season report. They do this every year, and it talks about the projects that are completed and worked on in regards to construction and facilities. I think you'll find it very interesting, but also it gives you a sense of all the projects, or just a sampling of all the projects around the city. I do want to make, if I can, Mr. Chairman, just some brief comments. As you know, well, it depends on your agenda tonight. It could be my last assembly meeting, or depending on how you do your agenda, it could be my second to last assembly meeting.
We recognize it's your last assembly meeting. We just aren't clear whether it's a one-day meeting or a two-day meeting.
There we go. But I guess, and also because we have a heavy agenda, and I'd rather be kind and nice now because later I might not be. So I'd rather do my comments, if I can, just to say a couple things. One, as you know, as I said, it's probably going to be my last assembly meeting as mayor, and I want to say it has been a great honor to be here serving in the mayor's position. And being here with the Assembly over the last 6 years, I've seen many faces come and go on the Assembly, and very diverse in their opinions and thoughts. Even though this will be the last Assembly meeting, I don't anticipate leaving the Mayor's office till about the 1st or 2nd of January, so there's still some work to be done. But it has been truly an honor to be here, to sit in this chair, working with you here as Assembly members, and some of you prior to that in other activities, school board, Assembly staff, many other roles and responsibilities. And for the city and for the city employees, I know there's a chunk of them here, but also for the ones that are not here, I think in a lot of ways my success in doing what I've been doing as mayor is really attributed to the employees for the work they do day in and day out. And they've been subjected for years, for the last 6 years, to my quirky notes off and on, or these calls I would call oddly and ask about certain things, from signage to why wasn't this area plowed, or why is this light not synchronized, or you name the list. But it is probably, as I look at it, serving as mayor has been just an incredible experience, incredible opportunity for me personally, but also working with this group of employees and the employees that are throughout the city has been truly a great experience, but has shown me that the city runs very well lots of times without a bunch of politicians, because there's a lot of people working day in and day out, and that's a great credit to our city, a great credit to you, because the support you have given the employees, but also the city government. Also, the other comment I'll make, when I came into office in 2003, we had some very tough times to deal with. But as I've seen time and time again, I don't care if it's working on the budget or when this city stepped forward to help folks overseas when the tsunami hit, or when we had situations with the military being deployed, this city, the people of this city step up time and time again to make things happen. And that's a very honorable thing, but also a very humbling thing when you think about it. Also, to the many, many constituency groups, maybe everything from the Girdwood Board of Supervisors to the Eagle River Chugach, or Chugach Eagle River Chamber of Commerce, as they remind me more than once. But of all the different ideas that come forward and help make this city what it is today, from little ideas that people give me, for example, Lance Wilbur's daughter sent me a letter. I didn't realize it was his daughter at that time, and I got this letter in the mail, and it was a little drawing of our downtown Christmas tree. And it was not a very good drawing, and she made a comment that this is what it looks like, we should have a better Christmas tree. And I thought, I went out there, and she was right. And so today, as you see, the last couple of years, the Forest Service has worked with us. The National Park has worked with us to put a better, bigger, brighter Christmas tree. But that idea was not my idea. It wasn't any of our necessarily employee idea. It was someone who sent a letter. Many of you who have been to my office see that chart that's on the back of my door, written by a group of students who gave it to me, of what a mayor should be thinking about all the time. And if you read them, it's an incredible list that I think is really telling. But I just really want to take this moment, and I know it's a heavy agenda, but to thank you all for, even though we may disagree at times, may we have vigorous debate, which I anticipate tonight we will have some of that. It's always about moving the city forward, moving it to a better level, moving it better for not only us here, but the next generation. So I thank you for that. Thank you to the past Assembly members that are not here tonight, but also to the many, many, again, public employees that work every day to help make our job better and easier and make this city what it is. So thank you, and thank you for allowing me just a few minutes to say a few words as we get into the long agenda tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is a tradition on this body that when a person on the Assembly finishes their term, that other people on the Assembly can have a few moments to thank them for their service. And so rather than give my typical chair's report, I'm going to take a moment to, as chair of the body, to thank you very much for your service. When I was first elected chair, I reflected that there are 11 different people on this body, and there are 11 different views about how to keep this city moving forward. And I realized tonight that really it's not 11, there's a 12th view on how to move this city forward, and we may not see eye to eye on all these things, but we all are committed to a common process of making this city a better place to live, work, and raise our families, and keep the city moving forward. So I want to personally thank you for all the work you have done over the past 5.5 years as mayor of this city, and the 9 years you served on this body before that, and on all your contributions and the contributions of your family. And I want to also wish you and your family all the best in Washington, that we'll be watching how you're doing and certainly be ready to offer suggestions and try to get you to do everything you can to help Anchorage and help Alaska from your new seat in Washington. So I want to thank you, and if other members of the body want to take a moment to comment in terms of this as your last Assembly meeting that you'll be attending before you become the next United States Senator from Alaska, I will certainly give everyone an opportunity to speak. So thank you very much. Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. My only reluctance in voting for Mark Begich for Senator this past November 4th was that I wouldn't get to serve with him as mayor for the final 6 months of his term. But I'm glad he's doing what he's doing, and I hope that he feels he's leaving the city in good hands for the last 6 months of his term. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Begich, I just want to thank you for bringing this city to where it is today. And as you know, and maybe other people know, first time you ran for Assembly, do you remember that I catered your kickoff function?
Yes, I do.
So I've known you for a long time, and you've done so many wonderful things, and I'm just so proud of you. Thank you.
Dr. Selcraig.
I can remember your first fundraiser at my sister's house, and over the years you represented East Anchorage, and I remember you walking the streets, knocking the doors, and I really have watched you over the years grow, and you've always been effective, but actually being on this body in the last 2 years, I have been profoundly impressed with your capacity. I'm not at all sorry to give you up here because I think you've laid a great base here, and I'm very excited about the work you're going to do for the state and our community and the country, and I wish you well. I just wish you well.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mayor, when I was first associated with the city, it wasn't long after your first election, and my very first impression in City Hall was of the energy, the enthusiasm, and the excitement of everyone who was working there. And it's my opinion that that sort of attitude always and only starts at the top. And I appreciate that greatly. You know, as staff, I had the great pleasure to work with many Assembly members and with you as mayor and much of your administration and all these wonderful people that I really was looking forward to working with when I became an Assembly member. Now, the only 3 left on this body who were here when I was staff were Mr. Coffey, Ms. Osiander, and Mr. Birch. Everybody else is gone, and by golly, you're leaving too, and I don't know if I'm going to forgive you about it anytime soon, but I'm very excited, and I thank you for your years of service. You have been a model for a new Assembly member to follow, and I think that any public servant in this city should aspire to, no matter what side of the political aisle you're on, the way you conduct yourself and the way you conduct business is something to be respected and something I'm very proud to have been a part of. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnston.
I just wanted to say thank you. I know that there's probably no one else in this room that knows this city as well as you do. And sometimes people wonder why I don't talk, and I know that when I bring up issues that you're going to walk circles around me because you've been here much longer. And I'll miss the training, but good luck and God bless.
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, not many people know that as part of my deep, dark history, I spent a few months working in D.C. as an intern. I was at a very different stage in my life than I am now, and that you are now either, Mr. Mayor, so I can't provide much advice except that there's a great place called the Tune-In on Capitol Hill. You get cheap cheeseburgers. Best of luck to you.
Ms. Osiander.
Mr. Mayor, I want to say thank you also. I'm particularly appreciative of the outreach and the continued conversation you've had with my community, the Chugiak Eagle River area, and the native village of Eklutna. That made a marked difference, your outreach there. So I do appreciate it. And I'm not going to say goodbye because we're going to keep talking.
All right. I see Mr. Birch.
I just want to wish you all the best, Mayor, and we'll look forward to a meeting with you. I spent 4 days in Washington, D.C. last week. It's a long trip back and forth, and I wish you all the best and your family the best. Long ago, but probably not forgotten by many of us, we appreciated your support on the Hillside Police issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no one else in the queue. That brings us next.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just say one, I actually...
You get the last word on this one.
Well, I'm just thank you for those comments, but I've been given a note I need to do something. But again, thank you all very much for those comments. And Ms. Osiander, you're absolutely right. You know, my connection back doesn't disappear. Actually, it's kind of odd. This last few weeks, people want to meet with me, they think like I'm going off to some island and never returning. And I try to explain to them I am coming back, and, I'm not disappearing. But thank you for those comments. I do want to, if I can introduce someone very quickly, and that's our new EOC director, Kevin Spillers. He's just retired after 30 years in the Marines as a colonel. He's an incredible leader. He's going to be a great person to lead up our EOC operation. I think he's standing right here. If you can just take a moment afterwards, maybe on the break, I don't know if he's going to still be here, but if not, it'll give you a chance to meet our new EOC director, and he's just an incredible asset that we're going to have as part of the team. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right, that brings us next to committee reports. We'll start with Ms. Johnston, AML.
Nothing to report.
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real briefly, Mr. Coffey and I met week before last to do a little more refinement of our proposed legislative plan. He and I have both had a chance to speak briefly with Gary Stevens, who's the incoming Senate President. Indications, given oil prices, are that the capital budget will be a relatively thin one. And so from a strategic point of view, we are looking at a rather brief list of projects that we would be, and therefore a rather brief agenda that we'd be putting on there, as opposed to the whole kitchen sink, which has been the process in the past. Again, that's a subject of consideration. We haven't determined how we'll move forward, but we'll be interested in the feedback from our fellow members on that approach as we finalize that plan for next month. And that's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Ms. Ossie, under Title 21.
Our next meeting is January 8th. We meet from 9:30 to 11:30 at the Planning Department Conference Room. We will be hopefully finishing Chapter 3 and have the committee approved amendments at that time, and we'll begin Chapter 7 shortly after. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Drummond, School District.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Resilient Youth Subcommittee of the Community and Economic Development Committee has been meeting. I've been attending leadership meetings of what is now going to be called the Anchorage United for Youth organization, which is it's pulling together all the youth services organizations in the community and looking at accountability issues and certainly duplication issues. They will be kicking off their effort on Friday, January 30th, with a mini summit, which will happen from 8:30 in the morning until noon. I don't recall the location, but I'll report at the next meeting as plans gel. Thank you.
Dr. Selkirk, Community Economic Development.
The Community and Economic Development meeting will be tomorrow at 1 o'clock, and Tyonek, the Tribal Corp, will come and talk to us about the energy initiatives that are going on there that are really relevant to our choices in terms of expanding other sources of energy beyond gas. We've also, Bill Pop's Community and Economic Development subcommittee that's focused just on economic development has met, and also the housing branch has met. So we should be back to you within probably mid-January with some pretty good reports on those areas.
Thank you, Mr. Birch, Chamber of Commerce.
No meeting.
Ms. Gray-Jackson, Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee met last week. I don't remember the date, but anyway, the purpose of that meeting was to give Assembly members an opportunity to hear from the Fire Department on the budget revision that is before us this evening. And the Fire Department did a very, very good presentation, and we had lots of questions answered. Mr. Starr had some written questions that were submitted ahead of time, and hopefully he received those answers, because I anticipate not spending our time nor the public's time on that particular issue this evening. The Budget and Finance Committee will be meeting on January 15th, and I could tell right now from a couple of documents that were laid on the table that I haven't even had an opportunity to read yet, that we will be considering those documents at that meeting on the 15th. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez, Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. The Public Safety Committee met last Wednesday in City Hall and discussed the ordinance put forward by Assemblymember Johnston regarding ignition interlock devices for DUI enforcement, and we can talk about that more later. That's going to come before Assembly members tonight, but would strongly urge passage and approval of that particular item. The next Public Safety Committee meeting is set for January 14th, also in City Hall, noon to 1, although I may change that from noon perhaps until 2, because I think there are going to be a few more items to discuss. First on the agenda from the Animal Control Advisory Commission is the subject of dangerous animals, and they have been dealing with that since the pit bull attacks earlier this year in East Anchorage. And drawing a blank. The Players House of Rock issue will come before us at that time. We've been waiting for them, I think, to file some paperwork, which, to my knowledge, has not happened yet. But I think we can move forward anyway at that time in January on that particular issue with the Public Safety Committee.
Mr. Gutierrez, I believe that's correct, that the paperwork we hope to see from Players House of Rock has not been filed, and I think it is the request from the west side of both Ms. Drummond and myself that you go forward in January with a Public Safety Committee on that topic. There's also, I know there have been some questions about, we have a very long agenda tonight, and some people may be here about it's late on the agenda regarding bears, and there I think is some discussion about postponing consideration of that until January or potentially early February. I think that may well be the decision of the board when we get there, but just to let people that are here for that purpose know it's going to come late and it may get postponed. And Mr. Gutierrez, I think there's interest in having your committee also address those issues.
If that happens, then we will see that particular piece of legislation at that meeting, and there will also be a piece of an ordinance or resolution, rather, from the committee on that same subject at that meeting.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Starr, municipal audit.
I have no report.
Okay. That brings us next to the addendum to the agenda. I saw two items that were actually not laid on the table items. They were just the actual resolutions of things that were already on the addendum. Is anyone on the body aware of any other laid on the table items? I would note that one of the other items we received on the table was an amendment to item 9B Bravo 4. I don't think for that amended version we need to read that in as part of the addendum. I will read the addendum. I don't see any laid on the table items. I will read the addendum and then we'll consider a motion to incorporate. Item 9A1, Resolution AR 2008-330, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly and Mayor Mark Begich recognizing students, teachers, and administrators from the Anchorage School District for their participation in the inauguration of President-elect Barack Obama. Item 9B5, Resolution AR 2008-328, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly reappointing Christy Cada as Ombudsman, Assembly Chair Clayman. Item 9B6, Resolution number AR 2008-329, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly relating to the property tax status of Alaska Pacific University campus property used to generate income to support Alaska Pacific University's educational programs, Assembly Member Coffey. Item 9B7, Resolution number AR 2008-332, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly making findings relating to relaxation of the date for requesting exemption from 2070 property taxes by Alaska United Methodist Conference, First Samoan United Methodist Church, Assembly Members Osiander and Flynn. Item 9B8, Resolution number AR 2008-333, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to address the current financial environment through monthly evaluation and reporting to the Assembly on the state of municipal finances. Assembly Members Selcraig, Osiander, and I believe what I saw was Ms. Drummond was also on the document. Item 9B9, Resolution AR 2008-334, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly in support of sound fiscal financial management by postponement of new hires and certain municipal contracts until after first quarter budget reviews, subject to monthly reporting on the state of municipal finances. Assembly Members Selcraig, Osiander, and I also believe Drummond. Those are both submitted on the table tonight. Next, item 9D28, Assembly Memorandum AM 881-2008, change order number 12 to purchase order number 251272 with VPSI Incorporated for Vanpool Management and Administrative Services for the Municipality of Anchorage Public Telephone Transportation Department, $349,665 purchasing. Item 9F12, Resolution AR 2008-331, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $599,626 as grants from the State of Alaska included in Senate Bills 221/256 to various municipal funds, Office of Management and Budget, public hearing set for January 6, 2009, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 880-2008. I'll ask if there's a motion to incorporate the addendum as just read.
Move to incorporate.
Push your button, please.
It's done.
And second. Thank you. Is there any opposition to incorporation of the addendum? Hearing and seeing no opposition, the addendum is incorporated as just read. That brings us next to the consent agenda, and we'll start by pulling items from the consent agenda. We'll start with Mr. Starr.
No items.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Item 9A1, Mr. Chairman, that's all.
From the addendum. Thank you. Anything else? Ms. Gray-Jackson.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Birch.
No items.
I have no items to pull as chair. Dr. Selcraig.
9B4 from the regular agenda, and 9B8 and 9B9 from the addendum.
Anything else, Dr. Selcraig?
No, thank you.
Ms. Drummond, any items to pull from the consent agenda?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Osiander.
Yes, on the regular agenda, 9E1,
9 Echo 1.
9F1, and then on the addendum, 9 Bravo 5, 9 Bravo 6.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn.
Nothing, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
And Ms. Johnston.
Nothing, thank you.
All right. Other than the pulled items, administration, any items to pull?
Mr. Chairman, just 1 second. Nothing at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Actually, I do have an inquiry. Mr. Abbott? Mr. Abbott, there was a question about a 9F9, I believe.
Right. We're not planning to pull that at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Other than the pulled items, I will ask if there is any opposition to approval of the consent agenda. Hearing and seeing no opposition, the consent agenda, other than the pulled items, is approved unanimously. And then I would note in the consent agenda, we appointed a number of people to boards and commissions, and if any of you are here, if you could please come down and come to the front and tell us your name and tell us what we have just appointed you so we can put a face to the name. Anybody just appointed to a board or commission? All right.
Chairman, as you're asking, there might be some, the hall out there is packed with people, so there might be some trying to get in.
We do have one. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Jay Delaney, appointed to the Public Transit Advisory Board.
Thank you very much for that service.
Thank you very much for the appointment.
Do we have others that have been appointed to board? Yes, we do. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'm William Compton, and I've been appointed to the Commission of Health and Social Services.
I'm sorry.
Health and Human Services.
Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. My name is Bronson Fry. I've been appointed to the HAND Commission, Housing and Neighborhood Development. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you very much for your service.
My name is Joan Diamond, and I am here for the Department of Health and Human Service Commission.
Thank you very much for your service.
Hello, my name is Anna, and I'm appointed to the Diversity Advisory Committee. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for your service.
Helena Hall, and I was appointed to the MLMP board. Thank you for the opportunity to serve.
Thank you for your service.
Hi, I'm Becky Hauser. I'll be serving on the Health and Human Services Commission. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Good evening. My name is Tom Chappell. I've been appointed to the Wastewater Utility Board.
Thank you for your service.
I'm Jimmy Helig, been appointed to the Sister Cities Commission. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you for your service.
Hi,
Hi, I'm Iris Matthews, and I'm appointed to the Health and Human Services Commission. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
I'm Glenn Cipriano, and I was appointed to the Investment Advisory Commission.
Thank you for your service.
Mark Butler, being appointed to the Public Safety Advisory Commission.
Thank you for your service. I would just note, Mr. Chappell, we appreciate Mr. Chappell coming down. He actually comes later on the agenda. But we're glad, and he won't have to come back later on the agenda. Okay, that's all the appointments. That brings us to the first pulled item, item 9A1. Mr. Gutierrez.
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Chairman, out reading, and Ms. Gray Jackson will be presenting.
Mr. Chairman, I think that the recipients are out in the lobby, and the security guard was going to bring them in at this point.
All right, we'll let the security guard bring them in, and as they are doing that, I will ask if there is any opposition to the approval of item 9A1. Hearing and seeing none, that is approved unanimously.
Mr. Chair?
Ms. Handyside, yes.
Yes, during this lull, I just wanted to take an opportunity to address the audience. I know that many of you are here for the police and fire contract to testify, and we do have about 100 people in the Wilda Marston Theater also who may be waiting to testify. So since police will be first on the list, if you're part of the fire department, if you wouldn't mind perhaps giving up your seat to some of the folks in the Wilda Marston who might want to come over and testify, we'd greatly appreciate that. So you won't miss your chance to testify. We'll be out there with tambourines, foghorns. We'll bring you all back in. It's great over there. It's just like Euro Disney. So if you're with fire, please head over, and we'll call you back in as appropriate.
For the record, Mr. Chairman, I want to see Ms. Handyside with a tambourine. She promised.
All right, we will. That's duly noted. So while we have the shuffle, we've got students coming down, so let's make room for these students to come down.
I don't know. I think it's a little one. It's still the building. Are you Scott? Hi, I'm Ellen. Nice to meet you. I have 3 copies, so...
Low Crawford and Carol coming down, and then we have a bunch of our students. And what we thought we'd do is the Smithsonian students will go ahead and just file over here, and then we've got our close-up students that are going to file over here. Miss Praveen,
Hi, Carol.
you're avoiding me out there. Yeah, that's the one that we kind of
Bring everybody.
Yeah.
I'm just...
How do you want to do this? Here, I can... Well, I thought we'd maybe put you in the middle and then get our kids around you and then...
Whatever. I have 3 copies.
So if you ever put together the chair, yeah, maybe you can come on down.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. Oh, wow.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, you'll just move it.
Well, we're going to have a function at Cherry.
Oh, we got to. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Nisha.
What?
How are you? Good. Doing well.
Well, hello.
Is everybody here?
All right, if all the students are here...
No idea.
Oh, not quite yet.
Step on over. Slide in.
I think we are actually, we've got, the students are in, so Mr. Gutierrez, if you want to proceed, if the people in the audience could be quiet so we can hear the resolution being read, that would be, really appreciate that courtesy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly and Mayor Mark Begich recognizing students, teachers, and administrators from the Anchorage School District for their participation in the inauguration of President-elect Barack Obama. Whereas teachers, parents, and residents of the Anchorage community encourage students to become part of an informed citizenry and participate in the public process to create positive change, and whereas the municipality of Anchorage promotes the active participation of young people in local government through such mechanisms as the Municipal Youth Advisory Commission, Youth Employment in Parks, and numerous mentorships and internships. And whereas Alaska's youth benefit from direct exposure to and connection with our government and nation's history through visits to our nation's capital, monuments, and memorials in person rather than through only literary and electronic means, and whereas approximately 200 middle and high school students through the Smithsonian Student Travel Program and approximately 70 students with the Close-Up Program have accepted and paid for their own opportunity to visit Washington, D.C. and attend the 2009 presidential inauguration. And whereas 32 high school and middle school teachers and principals have made this experience possible, one which they know will instill pride in our nation and state and reinforce the importance of this unforgettable event in the lives of their students, and whereas Anchorage School District teachers Scott Hickox and Lo Crawford deserve special recognition and sincere thanks for their hard work and determination to organize and turn this fun idea into an historic event where our future leaders will experience the inauguration of United States of America President-elect Barack Obama on January 20th, 2009. And whereas the following teachers and administrators should be commended for bravely leading a large group of enthusiastic students on this educational adventure. Middle school principals Scott Batchelder, Mirror Lake, Gene Fisher of Begich, Bobby Jeffs, Greening, Carrie Sumner, Central, and Brendan Wilson of Hanshu. High school principals Natalie Burnett, Eagle River, Cheryl Guyette, Diamond, and Tina Johnson-Harris of Bartlett. Middle school teachers Brett Clark of Central, Pam Collins of Golden View, Lee Duber of Hanshu, Laura Fitzgerald O'Neill of Central, Elena Veding of Begich, Mary Frances Carlos of Golden View, Beth Lynch of Greening, Kelsey Malev of Greening, Varna Miller of Mirror Lake, Amber Myers of Central, Vicky Oddie of Greening, Jake Reese of Central, Gail Taylor Mirror Lake, Steve Thompson of Golden View, and Terry Worthington of Golden View. High school teachers Meta Baxter, Highland Tech, Nina Benito Romine, Stellar, Jenny Ferris of Bartlett, Nate Green, Bartlett, Barbara Issam Jennings, West, John Jessen, Bartlett, Deborah LaRue, Chugiak, Leonardo Crawford of West, Roger Miller, Eagle River, Missy Nurmi, Diamond, Pamela Orme of West, Stephanie Seward of South, Mark Stanley of Highland Tech, Jennifer Wadsworth of Stellar, and Bob Warren of Eagle River. And forgive me if I pronounced any of your names incorrectly. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves to recognize the efforts of these teachers and administrators to go beyond the call of duty in encouraging active participation by their students in the civic life of this nation, and calls upon the citizens of Anchorage to wish them all a successful trip and a safe return from Washington, D.C. for the inauguration of President-elect Barack Obama.
And if there are people in the back that are going to Washington, if you could raise your hands too so we can distinguish you from police and fire. All right. Well, we really congratulate all of you on taking the trip east for that purpose. I know that getting tickets to the inauguration was a tough thing to do, and I'm guessing that Senator-elect Begich and Senator Murkowski were very, very helpful in getting tickets for all these students that are going from Alaska to participate in this historic event. Mr. Gutierrez, you're in the queue, but I'm assuming that's for purposes of reading?
No, I just wanted to wish them all, again, a good trip, and it's very exciting. I'm very jealous. I got to go to Washington, D.C. when I was in the 7th grade, but that was quite a long time ago, and it wasn't for nearly as historic an occasion. So I hope you take it all in, and it's probably going to be something that the young people will remember for the rest of their lives.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I can send the message that the Assembly meets that night, and you should be in Washington. You'll have much more fun there than watching us on the 20th of January. That brings us next to item 9, Bravo 4, Dr. Selkirk.
Move to approve.
Need a second?
I heard
All right.
second. Thank you.
Mr. Birch is seconded. Well, for some reason, it shows, there we go. Ms. Osiander seconded. Go ahead, Dr. Selkirk.
I'd like to amend this resolution. Since it was originally drafted, there's been action in terms of NSTAR's ability to negotiate another 2-year lease with another provider. So on line 33,
So just for clarification, there was laid on the table an amended version of 2008-324. We are not considering the amended version. You amended what was already in our book.
correct, we're going to amend what you have in front of you in terms of the packet. So on line 33, the line should read, whereas NSTAR has negotiated a 2-year supply of gas with, A should be struck, and it should be 2 local producers, and S should be put at the end of producers. So instead of 1, it's 2.
So it would read, has negotiated a 2-year supply of gas with 2 local producers.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you want to hit first motion for that motion to amend, please.
No, my thing isn't lighting up. Let's see.
Hold on.
Are we cleared?
It's coming.
Okay.
Patience. There you go. And we need a second for that amendment. Oh, we've got a first. Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Is there any opposition to the amendment as proposed? Hearing and seeing none. That amendment is approved. Is there anything else on that?
No, thank you.
Is there any opposition to approval of item 2008-324, 9 Bravo 4 as amended? Hearing and seeing no opposition, 9B4 is approved unanimously. That brings us next to item 9B5, Ms. Osiander.
Move to approve.
Need a second, please. Ms. Johnston, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
Actually, I was hoping to postpone this, just because I had some thoughts on the Ombudsman's office, and I haven't had any opportunity to talk about it at all. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what the clerk said.
If you want to speak to that, Ms. Grunstein.
The Ombudsman has a specific term, and it expires the 31st of December.
So you're saying there would be no Ombudsman if we did not approve
Right.
this? Okay, then I'll be in favor of it, but with the provision that the Assembly needs some opportunity to weigh in and give their thoughts on the office, and that has not occurred, and it should. Thank you.
That'll be noted in the minutes. Is there any opposition to approval item 9B5? Hearing and seeing none, 9B5 is approved unanimously. Next, item 9B6, Ms. Osiander.
I don't want to move this one. I pulled it because
Pulled it
I
because you
wanted
don't
to
support
vote
it.
for it.
What's that?
Because I wanted to vote on it.
Okay.
Separately.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, moved and seconded. Ms. Osiander, you pulled it, so I'll let you speak first. Was Dr. Selkirk seconded? Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
My specific concern about this is on the 4th, now therefore, lines 26 through 29 on the second page. I have no problem requesting tax exemption if there's a specific tie to the educational program. Some of the properties in place do not have that tie, and I don't want to join in requesting that they are exempt. I had hoped that Mr. Coffey could be here to talk about that, but since he's not, I guess I will need to prepare an amendment, and I'd like just a second to do that if I could, sir.
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Yeah, that's fine. Mr. Flynn.
Prior to the introduction of your amendment, Ms. Osiander, I can inform you that in my conversations with a couple of different members of the Board of Trustees, it is the policy of the Alaska Pacific University that every structure on their campus lands does have an educational purpose. That includes, in fact, the property that, I guess, started this whole incident, that where the Alaska Spine Institute is located. There is educational space within that facility, and they do work with the tenants to provide educational opportunities for their student body. And therefore, I think you will find that there is, in fact, an educational purpose to each of these properties in question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Dr. Selkirk.
Out of respect for Mr. Coffey, I'd like to move to postpone this. I don't know if he's going to be with us later in the evening, but it just seems that he's put a lot of work into this and probably can respond to some of the questions that we may have.
Second?
Object. Moved and seconded to postpone. At this point, you're asking we take it up later in the evening?
Later in the evening.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Osiander, you're in the queue. Do you want to be heard on that topic?
Well, that supersedes my motion, sir. Yeah, it has priority. And if the body wants to postpone, then I'm not going to debate it.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Gutierrez.
Could you clarify for me, we're postponing until when?
Until after dinner?
Well,
later tonight? Or?
We are postponing it until later. Whether or not we get to it or whether it rolls to January 6th is, I can't
Point
predict.
taken. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Self.
Is it possible that we could bring this up right after dinner? That would give Mr. Coffey an opportunity to get here a little bit more time.
If he's here, I recognize with health concerns, I take it if he's not here, then we won't take it up. So the motion, I will treat the motion as that it will be the first item we take up after the dinner break.
And we have the option to actually act on it at that point if we want. Okay, thank you.
All right, I will take it as a motion in that way. Ms. Drummond, did you want to be heard on this topic?
Just a comment. I believe the legislature does not convene until much later in the month of January. So if we didn't address this resolution until the January 6th meeting, I think we would be still timely in terms of passing it.
All right. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would note Ms. Drummond is correct. However, university officials who are here will tell you that they need to line up their support in Juneau, get the bill drafted, and so on and so forth. So the longer we wait, the more difficult their job is. Goodness knows in a 90-day session they're unable to get their work done as it is. It would be nice to give them a running start.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Well, clearly we will vote on this. A yes vote moves this to right after dinner, and a no vote means we're going to act now. All right. Yes vote is take it up after dinner. No vote means we act now. Please vote. That passes by a vote of 9-1 with Mr. Coffey absent and excused. And Ms. Osiander, I would note during the dinner break if you've got an amendment to that.
I have it ready now.
Good. Well, we'll take that up after dinner. Okay. That brings us next to item 9B8, Dr. Selfcraig.
Yes, this was an item.
Hold on, we need a
move to approve.
Please use the machine, Dr. Selfcraig.
Doesn't work again.
All right. Second, Mr. Gutierrez. Thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Selkirk.
I brought this before the body tonight because we've got a fair amount of challenges associated with our global market and our national market. And we have several funds that we rely on in our budget that are tied to those markets. And it seems worthwhile to set up a system so that we can keep track about where we are on a monthly basis so that we don't find ourselves in a crisis, but actually can be proactive about how we're going to manage our way through this year in relation to the budget that we've already approved. And so there are two partner resolutions. The first one is a structure through which we would receive a state of the municipal finances monthly. That information would be given not only to the Assembly, but the Assembly's Finance and Budget Committee, and that committee would have an opportunity to review it and make recommendations to it. And basically what we'd get is just regular information about the status of our financial situation. What I think we might be able to do, assuming things are challenging, is that we'll be able to prioritize what items we want to move forward, and the partner resolution will allow us to actually identify some things we may want to wait for until after first quarter budget revision. So basically it will give us good information about where we are, and I urge approval.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank Dr. Selkirk and the other two sponsors for bringing these two resolutions forward. It's prudent, especially in the situation that America and this community is going to be facing soon. With that said, I would like to move to postpone action on both of these resolutions until the meeting of January 6th. And the reason why is because I would like to have an opportunity for the Budget and Finance Committee to review these resolutions and provide some input, and then be happy to take on the challenge to work with the administration. But to vote on these resolutions tonight is simply premature. because I haven't even had a chance to read them, and I don't want to vote on them without understanding exactly what it is that's being said in these documents. Thank you.
Ms. Gray Jackson, just two questions. I understood from your earlier comments that the next Budget Finance Committee isn't until like the 15th of January, so it would make sense not to put these on until at least the 20th of January.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So I'll treat that motion as a motion to postpone action until the 20th.
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, seconded by Mr. Gutierrez. I see 4 people in the queue. Mr. Begich, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And we would like also to see it postponed. We just saw these tonight. It gives us today, late this afternoon. I think they came in, but tonight I saw them for the first time, and I think it would be important that our CFO and our OMB director have an opportunity to review them. And second, I recognize the desire, but I do want to say, again, reiterate the statement that both Business Week and Wall Street Journal have said about our city here, and I'm very proud of the fact that we are one of the few cities in the country that have been recognized by outside forces that we are one of the few that will be able to weather this economic crisis. It's one reason we were successful a few weeks ago to selling our bonds in a market that was very, very tough, but we were able to do it. So we like this, that the Assembly is engaged, but I really would encourage you to postpone it, to giving us time to look at these resolutions to make sure we can implement them as you desire.
Well, actually, there's 3. Ms. Osiander, go ahead.
Well, I have no problem with the second one being postponed. In fact, I wanted to do that so we'd have a chance to talk about the impact. But the first one is just asking for general financial information that has come up in every discussion of major financial expenditures and this body for the last few months. We always have items laid on the table, most frequently from the administration, Mr. Mayor, I have to add. This one is fairly straightforward and was written with discussion and collaboration from the city's financial department. So I certainly don't see that there's any reason to pause on 333.
Item 9, Bravo 8, which is the one in front of us. Okay.
Right.
Mr. Gutierrez.
I'm, Mr. Chairman, just going to speak in favor of postponement because I think a lot of people have expressed a desire to greater understand what the ramification will be of these measures.
Getting information.
Thank you. Ms. Johnston.
If I remember last year, there's a time where we close our books. It's a couple months after January. Would this, that's my only concern, would this affect, would we be able to get, in other words, would we be able to get accurate figures or would we know they're accurate?
I'll have Sharon respond, but I think that's part of the difficulty. But Sharon?
Through the chair, I'm looking at page 2 of 333, and I do believe that I could supply A without too much effort, and for item B, the first part, the revenues, I could make a concerted attempt to supply them. The expenditure side, you are correct that in the first part of the year, particularly in January and February, before we start posting IGCs into PeopleSoft, I could supply something, but it would have a haberdasher-type effect because we would be missing components that would be very hard to predict. And C, of course, because it's broadly based, I could respond to that.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Dr. Selcraig.
I have no problems postponing this until January 20th. It's intended to be a helpful tool. It was not intended to in any way bypass Ms. Gray Jackson's input. So I'm perfectly happy to have this come back to us on January 20th. I do want to note that it's not a very radical thing. It's just it's a tool for us to get regular information about where we are in terms of our budget. And I don't know that there's any significant ramifications to evaluate except that, we need to get together and look at what we're going to be having in terms of our budget and our revenues. So I'm happy to postpone it. And
all right. Ms. Gray Jackson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, Dr. Selcraig, thank you very much for bringing this forward, like I said earlier. And quite frankly, if anybody wants to get information on where we stand in terms of our budget, I can definitely show you how to get that information very easily. Thank you.
All right, I will ask, I know that I think there may be some opposition, at least from Ms. Osiander, so I will put this on the board. A yes vote postpones action on this until January 20th and has a referral to the Budget and Finance Committee. A no vote would have us take action tonight. So a yes vote is postponed to January 20th. No vote is action tonight. Please vote. The motion to postpone passes by a vote of 9-1. That brings us next to item 9B9, Dr. Selcraig.
Move to approve, and I'd like to also postpone this one until January 2nd.
Hold on, wait for your second.
I'm waiting for the second.
All right, go ahead. Second.
Thank you. I'd like to postpone this one as well till January 2nd and have
January
it go
20th
and have it go through the same protocol.
Okay. I will ask if there actually. That's actually a second motion, so go ahead and make a second.
I move that this be postponed.
No, we've got that, but push the button, please.
Okay. I'd like.
And a second. We've got the motion.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any opposition to postponing 9B9 until January 20th? Hearing and seeing no opposition, that we will take that up on January 20th. That brings us next to item.
Mr. Chairman, I had.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
I just no problem with postponement on those. I just want to make sure. And maybe this is a question just to make sure we're clear, is the goal then that those two items are pushed off till a committee meeting that you'll then ask us what kind of, on each one of those, what the ramifications are from a city perspective? Is that?
Yes. My anticipation is that Ms. Gray Jackson at her committee will coordinate with the administration and get input from the administration and then come back with a recommendation to this body in terms of whether the committee supports it or does not support it.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Starr.
When are we going to do the committee meeting scheduled for what day?
January 15, I believe it's a Thursday.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Just looking at, it knows to be a hiring freeze. That's the heading of the ordinance or the resolution brought forth. Is that what we're seeing?
That's the topic on the resolution.
9B9, right?
Well, one is 9B9, one is 9B8.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Next item. Oh, go ahead, Dr. Selkirk.
The intention was that that the item would be reviewed by the Budget and Finance Committee, and I'm assuming that it's not just a yes or a no on it. It's basically participating in shaping it so that it's an effective tool. And that's really the goal of putting it on the table, and I'm assuming that the same kind of partnership can go on with the administration. And the whole intent of this is just to position ourselves so, assuming that our anticipated revenues are below what we have budgeted for, we're well positioned so that we don't have to do drastic things. And that's all there. It's about staying ahead of what's going on, having some options in terms of how we're going to deal with it, understanding what's easy to cut and what isn't easy to cut. So this wasn't there's not a big plot behind it. It's just to get us ahead of anything that might be coming our way in terms of the impacts. And I really do appreciate the fact that Anchorage is sound, and we're lucky, and I think one of the reasons is because we're staying ahead of the stuff.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Selkirk, thank you again. And I recognize there's no plot behind this. But just for everybody's information, the committee meetings are open to the public, so anybody from the public is more than welcome to join me in the other committee meetings, committee members, and so are the rest of the Assembly. Thank you. I look forward to it.
Thank you. We've got two other items on the consent agenda. I'm going to try to get through them. It's 6 o'clock, but in the interest of moving item 9E1, Ms. Osiander. Need a second, please. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
I wanted to bring the Assembly's attention to one of the findings in the audit. It's come, I think, from several sources now. I've learned that there's some real extraordinarily outstanding late garbage fees, particularly in the part of town with a mandatory pickup. And the audit finding, typically if you don't pay a bill, you stop getting the service. But the city doesn't want to stop providing the service because it's a mandatory pickup. And so there's no recourse People who don't want the service just don't pay the bill, and there's no real penalty involved. It just keeps mounting higher and higher. I think that that's worthy of our talking about later on, and potentially another argument for maybe moving away from the mandatory pickup. So I don't know if you all had a chance to read it. That's why I grabbed it. Particularly look at page 8 of 9. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Ms. Johnston.
I would also like to note that on page 3 of 9, on 2A1, it says that solid waste service staff still uses a manual system of index cards to track accounts receivable.
Yeah.
And there is new software that has been purchased, but I think that's something we also need to watch.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. I see Ms. McRae-Jackson. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had an opportunity to read the audit myself this afternoon, and Ms. Osiander is correct. But I also remember reading that under the administration's comments that there were some suggested remedies to handling this situation, and one of them, I believe, was to advertise credit card payments a little bit more actively than it's being done. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gray-Jackson. Seeing no one else in the queue, is there any opposition to the acceptance of Report 9E1? Hearing and seeing none, that report is accepted. And the last pulled item, item 9F1, Ms. Osiander. This is a motion to introduce.
Move to introduce.
Second.
And we need a third. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
I pulled this because I wanted to refer it to the Title 21 committee. My belief, though this is a good thing to do, is that we have to do it carefully based on how people react to antenna towers in their neighborhood. This potentially is up to a 100-foot tower on lots of 20,000 square feet. And I just think we need to look at it carefully. There's also some discussion, I think, that needs to occur about foundation requirements and fish and games response. It's about wind towers. So I'm not averse to it, but it needs a little time. It's not ready to vote on the 6th.
Would it make sense then to put it on for a public hearing sometime possibly in March?
That'd be great.
Okay.
Or I'm just asking,
it needs,
helps
well,
if it's introduced to pick a date for putting it back.
The Assembly's priorities were to deal with Chapter 3 and Chapter 7. So I'm assuming that you would want this after we do that work, but I'm flexible. We could fit it in any time there's a break in regular committee work.
Why don't we tentatively schedule it for the first Tuesday in March?
Okay.
But if we get to the first Tuesday in March and we're not ready for it, we'll just push it off.
Sounds good.
Okay, so we're good. I don't know the date, but that'll be, is there any opposition to, that's March 3rd. Is there any opposition to this being put on the agenda for March 3rd? Hearing and seeing none, that the date of hearing is March 3rd, and this matter is referred to the Title 21 Committee. That ends the consent agenda. That brings us now to public appearance requests, and the public appearance request is Bridge Builders of Anchorage. Somebody here from Bridge Builders? If somebody could look outside for Bridge Builders. How do we do it? They're coming. Be patient. Welcome. No, one of you gets the hot seat and gets to talk. Go ahead. Just let us know your name.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, Mayor Baggage, if he's here.
He's nearby.
Okay.
He's back. He's got his hand waving.
And friends, good evening.
My name is Elsa Sargento, President of Bridge Builders of Anchorage. With me this evening are some of the Board of Directors and our staff and members of Bridge Builders. We truly are honored to be here with you, and thank you for this opportunity. In behalf of Bridge Builders of Anchorage, we are here to talk to you about who we are, where our journey has taken us, our accomplishments, our activities, and our upcoming plans for the upcoming years. Bridge Builders was born right here in the city 13 years ago. It is grassroots, nonprofit organization that promotes harmony and unity among all cultures. In the beginning, leaders from 14 cultures came together to see how people of different cultural and racial background could actively improve racial harmony and communication in our community. Sparked by then Mayor Maestrom, the idea caught on, and Bridge Builders has since been embraced and encouraged by his successors, Mayor Wirch and Mayor Begich. In the process, we have created a community of friends from all these communities within our wider community. We now represent 53 cultures from every continent, every color, and every faith. Our goal, which we invite you to adopt in advance, is to create the very first city without prejudice. It is a very challenging goal, but if we all work together, it is achievable. Bridge Builders of Anchorage was one of the reasons Anchorage was chosen as an All-America city in 2002. I was a member of the delegation that went to Kansas City and anchored the presentation with the Pledge of Mutual Respect. And I think Paula in here has our annual report, and he would like to give you a copy.
That would be great. If you can bring it to the clerk, and she'll see that, or actually Mr. Sarr is going to take it, and he'll keep one and pass the rest down. The light has gone off, which means your 3 minutes is up. I'll give you about 15, 20 seconds to conclude, and then there's a couple of questions. In fact, the Pledge of Mutual Respect is right at the back of that annual report, and it really says what our mission and vision are. It is a 58-word, and at this point, what I would like us to all do is to read the pledge and feel the words, if you would please. And we all will recite it with you. This is the vision of Bridge Builders on the cover.
Yes. We, the people of Anchorage, of Alaska, pledge to respect one another, celebrating the differences that make us unique, our customs, spiritual beliefs, cultures, colors, dreams, and ancestral traditions. Standing together, hand in hand, young and old, we affirm that through mutual respect, we can build a stronger, more harmonious community, a more unified nation, and a better, safer world.
Thank you very much. I see Dr. Selcraig has questions, so go ahead, Dr. Selcraig.
I just want to take a moment and thank you. We are one of the most multicultural communities in the country, and you have worked hard to create an atmosphere which is inviting, and you've set a model for us, I think, that's going to define us really as a wonderful city into the future. So thank you for your hard work, your familiar faces, and just keep at it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all of you for coming here today and presenting this annual report to us and the mayor. I remember when Bridge Builders was first established. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I speak on behalf of the entire Assembly. We thank you for all your effort, and thank you for coming down tonight and bringing us this report.
Thank you.
Thanks, and have a great evening. That brings us next to item 11A. This is the appointment of Tom Chappell, who introduced himself earlier tonight. We are at 11A, and it is, let me get here.
Move to approve?
Already did.
There's a motion to approve pending. I will ask if there's, is there, oh, there's no motion pending. Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Is there a second, please? Oh, Mr. Flynn moved and Ms. Osiander seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing no one in the queue, any opposition to the approval of 11A? Hearing and seeing none, that item is approved unanimously. Next is item 11B, Resolution AR 2008-243, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, approving a main water main extension identified as the Connecticut Intertie Water Extension and providing for assessment of benefited properties at time of connection. The public hearing was closed. There is no motion pending. Ms. Osiander, go ahead.
Move to postpone till January, is it the 6th? That's our next meeting?
Yes, our next meeting is January 6th.
January 6th.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
I am having continuing conversations with Mr. Primo. I have prepared an alternative resolution that redefines that intertie. I'm going to be meeting with him this Friday. If any Assembly members would like to accompany me, feel free, where we're going to talk about potential implications and ramifications of that. So I don't know if Mr. Primo is here, but he concurred with the delay. And he's nodding in the back there.
I see him in the background nodding. He doesn't need to come to the microphone. I will note he's nodding. Mr. Gutierrez.
Just, Mr. Chairman, when and where will that meeting be, Ms. Osiander?
This Friday.
It will be at Mr. Primo's offices, and just a minute, I'll check. Oh, it was Monday, wasn't it, Mark? I'm sorry. It's Monday at 10:30 in the AWWU building, 3rd floor conference room, right? Right.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Any opposition to postponing that until January 6th? Hearing and seeing none, that is postponed to January 6th. That brings us to next item, 11C, AO 2008-100, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, sections 3.87.020, 3.87.050, 3.87.060, and 3.87.070 to provide a retiree medical funding program for certain police officers and firefighters. There is no motion pending. This has been postponed twice. And I would actually ask from the municipality, have we had any update from, has any ruling from the court today? Mr. Reeves.
Mr. Chair, as of today, we have not yet heard from the court. I'm hoping that this is not the result of pettifogging by the lawyers or any kind of pontification, but for some reason, the court has not yet ruled.
All right. Dr. Selcraig.
We were told in a work session that actually the ruling of the court may come or may not, but what we were also told was that if we act on this, it's not likely that it will affect the outcome of that court case. And so I think we've been postponing this and postponing this and postponing this. I think that we should act on this tonight. I think that it doesn't really put us at greater risk. It's the right thing to do, and since we initiated our efforts here, we've had individuals who are in this fund pass away without ever seeing the kind of medical program that they were promised. It's the right thing to do. I think we all agree it's the right thing to do, and I wish that we'd hear it and act on it tonight.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to echo what Dr. Selcraig had to say. We've been creeping along like a dinghy dragging an anchor on this issue, and I think it's time to throw up the spinnaker and start sailing full speed ahead.
Ms. Osiander.
Well, the analogies are flowing here for some reason. My concern is the same as it has been every single time. I would like to move to postpone this. My hope would be the 6th, but I don't have any way of forecasting that, so it's probably safer to go to the 20th. And solely so we get the court decision. So I'd like to move to postpone to January 20th.
There's a motion to postpone to January 20th. Is there a second to that motion? Moved and seconded. All right, so the motion is postponed to January 20th. There's two in the queue, and I would ask, are you speaking to the motion to postpone? Ms. Gray-Jackson, okay. Speak to the motion to postpone. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Absolutely, under no circumstances should we postpone this. I echo Dr. Selkirk's words and Mr. Gutierrez. We need to move on. I don't want to see anybody else die before we deal with this.
You can do it.
And I would encourage my colleagues to let's vote this and vote yes. Thank you.
Mr. Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you could probably get some guidance from the municipal attorney on the necessity of waiting for what will undoubtedly be the first of what will be many court issues. That this is likely, should the plaintiffs take advantage of all their appeal rights, this could take years before this litigation is settled. And if it's the desire of the Assembly to wait for that, then I guess I don't understand what you're expecting to get from this court decision that will affect or that would impact this decision.
Mr. Chairman, if I can add to that.
Hold on. There is a long queue. Mr. Mayor, you're in the queue, but you get to wait like everyone else. Ms. Johnston.
Actually, I would like to ask the municipal attorney what our exposure is if we approve this before the decision.
Well, Ms. Johnson, through the chair, it's difficult to triangulate about what the court might do and how that could affect this. But I do believe that Mr. Abbott is essentially correct that there could be many chapters in this litigation following the decision that we're all waiting for. This decision is not going to be, or probably is not going to be the last event in the litigation. So I think Mr. Abbott is correct.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Ms. Johnston, did that answer? I apologize. Does that answer all your questions? I'm getting too quick at the button.
I guess it seems to be a little different than what I understood. I'm not sure. I mean, I would like to do something about this situation, but then I'm also concerned if the court comes down and says to us that we need to do something above and beyond this, or if this is not I mean, I'm afraid that we're playing with some kind of fire here, because we could actually be antagonizing the court or antagonizing the issue, or we could be doing a double indemnity here. So I mean.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Ms. Johnston?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr.
I'm sorry to be confusing. This litigation is not exactly congruent with what you're proposing to do here. One party or the other could win the litigation, and that might not ordain the outcome of what you're discussing here. And contrarily, you could act on this and pass it, and that wouldn't necessarily terminate the litigation either. The main thing is that I think it would be a mistake to go forward with this on the theory that doing so is going to eliminate the litigation, because it won't. You may have good reasons for going forward on this that are different, but if it would be a mistake to do it simply because you think it might eliminate the litigation.
All right, Mr. Birch.
It makes absolutely no sense to approve this at this time. We're in the middle of being sued. The city's being sued over issues that relate to this interpretation. It's basically trying to go back through and reopen a contract that was settled in the 90s, nearly 10 years ago, and negotiated, and is trying to reopen that in many cases, for people that don't live here anymore, that have long since retired. I think the advice that we received earlier was that this was to be postponed past the settlement of the litigation that relates to this matter, and I think this is it's an inappropriate and unfortunate effort to push this forward this evening. Thank you.
Ms. Osiander.
I guess I'm surprised that Mr. Abbott would ask, because we've had 2 work sessions on this and we've talked about it at length. I don't think anyone on this body believes that passing this is going to resolve the issue. I don't think anyone on this body believes that this court decision is necessarily going to be the defining legal answer that ends the discussion. However, since we have discussed this for months, I've formed an opinion. And my opinion is that a reasonable person would infer when you're being sued for a matter that basically you're admitting fault if you're saying, well, yes, let's change because we didn't do it right. I would like to vote for this. I believe that there is well, here I'm going to say on the record, I believe there was a problem that needs to be addressed. I would like to address it. But I would not like to address it when I've got a judge who's going to second-guess me the second that I pass something. And so I would very much like the opportunity to at least have the judge weigh in before I vote. I've been saying that for 2 months. This one that's before us is so much better than the first proposal. The first proposal I could not have accepted at all. I want to thank the Finance Department for the work that's done on this. I want the chance to vote on it, but I can't do it now while I think we're going to open up the city to a greater liability. So I'm asking you, please, to let me vote for it by postponing it. Thank you.
Mr. Begich, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I hear what you're saying, Ms. Osiander, and you know, we wait for the courts. Who knows when that will be? The folks who are in this group, you know, some of them were hired as early as 1968. You know, it's something that we want to resolve. The court system will do its thing, and they will. If we lose, it's going to be more than what we're probably offering here. If we win, you know, we believe that we still want to move forward with something of this nature. I think it's the right thing to do for employees to make sure in their later years, after their dedication to our city, they live with some dignity in the sense of their medical coverage and other elements of retirement. And I think this is the right approach. I recognize everyone wants to kind of wait. Well, as you wait, more and more members, or these members, continue to have a deficiency in the sense of their medical situation because of years gone past. And I think it's just the wrong thing to do. We think this is a reasonable approach. We agree with you that those first proposals we did not support. And the Finance Department, led by Sharon Weddleton, worked very hard to come up with what was reasonable and could ensure that the people who worked for us in those years received the opportunity to participate in medical program and live in dignity in their later years. I think that's just a good thing to do. And so I recognize you want to wait for a judge on a larger issue, but in the meantime, there are real folks that have real needs, and we have an opportunity to solve that problem tonight. And, you know, when you look at this issue from a broader perspective, I've seen this issue for all my years around city government, and now there's a moment in front of us today to resolve this. If you push it off, you're right, we can wait for a judge, but the people who are out there that could use this benefit and have a positive thing in their life are waiting patiently, and they've been waiting for many, many years.
Dr. Selkrig.
The city was under obligation since 1995 to revisit this structure every 5 years, and we simply haven't done it. We are way behind in meeting this need. The whole issue of the courts have been explained to us over and over again. The fact is we have 2 parallel things running next to each other. There's no way to know how long the courts are going to take. They could take 2 years, they could take 5 years, they could take 10 years. We don't know when that's going to end. And that doesn't reduce our obligation. It seems to me that if we find ourselves in a situation where we have to come back and revisit this, we'll revisit it. But the fact is right now there are people who need medical benefits that can't afford them under the structure that was created, that was supposed to actually provide a structure that was affordable to them. So it's just time to act on this. We can go on and on and on, but the fact is we have an obligation towards the employees that we negotiated with, and it's just ridiculous to keep coming up with one more reason for not supporting this. It's a good, solid document, and I know there are people here who are comfortable with it and want to wait, but they are really two different things. There's the court issue, and there's this ordinance that's before us today. And if we have a double responsibility, we can come back and revisit this.
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the very thoughtful comments from my colleagues on this matter. I'm going to vote to postpone, and it's not because I don't think this is important. It's not because I don't want to help out the people who are suffering, but recognizing that the initial court decision will not necessarily resolve the issue, at least give us some guidance as to whether this is the correct path to take, or if we need to amend our approach somewhat to make sure we satisfy at least the conceptual needs, and ensure that we're not throwing good money after bad when there's a better way to go. And hopefully, I'd like to see it. We had some discussion in the course of this body's deliberations on this topic, that some of the members who would be benefited by this, the class that would be benefited by this legislation, aren't party to the suit, and perhaps the recognition that we need to see some resolution of the legal process will convince them to help talk to their fellow class members who are parties to the suit that this really does need to be resolved, and that the litigation does need to be dropped. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really trying to temper my comments on this subject because I have very strong feelings. I have in the past voted on some of the postponement motions and voted in favor of them. And as I sit here, I'm frankly ashamed to have done so in the past. This issue came before us in my very first meeting as a member of this body. And since then, I'm not even sure, Lauren could probably tell me, how many of these people have died since April? Three people. 3 people are dead. They're not waiting patiently. I don't want to sound crass. They're not waiting patiently. They're dead. And more will follow. And, you know, I think the turning point for me came earlier this summer when the Exxon Valdez issue was in the news more again. Are we going to Exxon Valdez these people, or are we going to drag this out until they're all gone? And then we're off the hook? And the right thing to do is the right thing to do, whether it's the politically expedient thing to do or not. And while I realize it'd be nice to have some resolution from the court, and I really wish the court would get off the stick and get its work done, that doesn't mean that this is not the right thing for us to do. I realize that this motion has the votes to pass tonight, and I'm kind of spitting into the wind on this, but I am not ever going to vote in favor of postponing this issue again, because if even one more person dies while we're screwing around up here and playing politics, none of us should be able to sleep at night. Now, you know, I know that's not going to happen, but Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to vote to postpone.
Thank you. Dr. Selcraig.
I would just like to appeal to my fellow members on this body. This is not, it's not really appropriate for us to be hedging our bets here in terms of what's going to go on with the court case. We have an obligation that we entered into in 1995 to provide affordable health care to police and firemen and women who were not covered in another element of the plan. We just haven't kept our obligation. It's not like how's it going to look when the courts decide. It's whether or not we're going to keep this obligation. The reality is that if we have to come back and revise things further down the line, we've got the right every 5 years to revisit this, and we're behind another 5 years. It seems like we could probably come back in 3 and still talk, because this whole negotiation has turned into a real civil exchange about how to solve this. And I do want to thank Ms. Whittleton. I had worked on this earlier, and it seemed like we were completely stuck, and Ms. Whittleton's help has been enormously helpful. But the fact is it's to line this up and say, well, if the court case doesn't turn out, or it does turn out, then I know how I'm going to vote here. This is the right thing to do. It's right to vote for this. These people have the right to what we promised them, and we don't have it in place right now. So I urge you to vote for this tonight. It's the right thing to do.
Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think anybody asked the members of this retiree group to wait before they ran into a burning structure to determine whether they were covered by the people that they work for a medical condition that they might acquire due to what they're breathing inside that structure. I think it's wrong of us to postpone this any further, and I believe we need to act tonight.
Mr. Birch.
We spend a lot of time and energy negotiating contracts. The fact is that the agreement as it stands now and the benefits that are attributed to the beneficiaries of those contracts are appropriate. What we have here is a $2 million plus gift. This is not a requirement under a negotiated contract. This is basically a gift and an additional burden on the property taxpayers. It's an outgrowth of a settlement from a retirement fund in 1999 that resulted in some $40 million being allocated to the city and $40 million going back to 810 retirees and current employees who belong to 3 public safety retirement plans. I can't, in good conscience, approve this or support this, certainly in view of the litigation that we're engaged in at this time. And I think it's not a condition of a contract. It's not a condition of a negotiated agreement. It's just an out-and-out gift. I think what we need to do is see where the legal trail leads us by the same beneficiaries of this who are suing the city, and I would support postponement. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Burt, for your comments. But I beg to differ with you when you refer to this as a gift, and you said it twice. This isn't a gift. It's a promise. I have 25 years behind me as a municipal employee. When I got hired on May 2nd, 1982, I was promised a medical retirement. And I'll tell you what, if somewhere down the line, if I have to sit in this auditorium and fight like you guys are, there's going to be some issues. Thank you.
I see no one else in the queue. I'll just speak very briefly. I think this is a very good plan. I also am reminded of one of my mentors as a lawyer whose famous saying was, "He who chases justice just might get it." There are 2 parties to this lawsuit, and some of the parties are members of this group that we have some interest in benefiting. They could drop the lawsuit, and I can tell you that if they had dropped the lawsuit, and they can tell their lawyer to drop the lawsuit, they have not done that, and the message I get is they will not. I recognize that this will go on and likely go to the Supreme Court, but I have consistently said that I will not vote for this until we've at least had one decision by a judge. I believe this judge will act faster than most. That's my general knowledge of him. I know Judge Ridner from my law practice. I know that he likes to work on weekends and note which judges are in the parking lot and which are not. And I can tell you that he's working on this. I can't tell you when he's going to finish, but I can tell you that until I get an opinion from a judge, I'm not going to vote yes on this. And so I'm going to vote yes on the motion to postpone. That's a tough decision for me, but I have seen judges make decisions that surprise me. I know the advice from the municipal attorney is that we think we're going to win. I certainly hope we do. I've been advising clients when I said I think we're going to win, and most of the time I'm right. But every now and then I'm not. And until I see the first opinion from the judge, I'm not going to vote yes on this ordinance. I think it's a good solution. But if we lose in the courts, we are looking at far more money that's involved here, so I'm going to vote yes on the motion to postpone. Please vote. A yes vote postpones to January 20th. A no vote will mean we take action tonight. Again, yes vote postpones, no vote takes action tonight. Please vote. And that motion to postpone passes by a vote of 6-4. That brings us next to item 11D, AR 2008-185, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting the approval of an increase in the employer contribution to the police and fire retirees' medical benefits. Ms. Osiander, what I would note is this is the same topic. We don't necessarily need to have the entire same debate. Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
Move to postpone to January 20th.
All right. I will ask if there is any opposition to postponing until January 20th in light of the prior vote. If there's going to be opposition, we'll put it on the board. Okay. Please vote. I see no one in the queue to debate. A yes vote postpones to January 20th. A no vote takes it up tonight. Please vote. And that also passes by a vote of 6-4. That brings us next to item 11E, AR 2008-313, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly relating to assembly ratification of contracts and amendments in compliance with AMC 3.70.130. I would note that we were in the midst of this when we adjourned last time, and the discussion was postponing to what meeting for us to try to decide this. And so there's nothing on the floor, but I see Ms. Johnston in the queue. Go ahead, Ms. Johnston. Microphone, please.
I'd like to move to postpone this till January 6th.
January 6th, okay. I know that there's other items related to this that are scheduled for the 20th. Do you want it on the 6th, or do you want it at the same time as those other ones?
The 20th.
So January 20th. All right. The motion, is there a second for that? Second. Mr. Starr seconded. All right. As to the motion to postpone to January 20th, I see no one in the queue. Any opposition to postponing to January 20th? Hearing and seeing none, that is postponed to January 20th. That brings us next to item 13A. Let me find 13A. AO 2008-114, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly repealing Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 7.80, Anchorage Cooperative Services Authority, and establishing an effective date. And this is a public hearing item, so the public hearing in this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. On the cooperative service, I don't see anyone coming forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body as to 13A?
Move to approve.
Dr. Selcraig moved, Mr. Starr seconded. Mr. Starr, go ahead.
Yeah, I also would like to tender an amendment before we get too far along, if you don't mind.
Okay.
On line 12, actually line 11, it references rights, assets. I'd like to insert a comma in the word liabilities and properties, so it'll read rights, assets, liabilities. Also the same correction on line 16. You want me to move them one at a time, or can I do them all collectively?
You can do them collectively.
Section 4 would include the date of December 31st of 2008.
December 31st, 2008. Okay, so there's an amendment on line 11 and an amendment on line 16. Both those add the word liabilities and a comma after liabilities, and then also the date of December 31st, 2008 is added. And I would just inquire, I know this is a topic the administration has discussed with Mr. Starr. Are these the same amendments the administration was interested in?
Through the chair, yes, they are.
Okay. I see no one in the queue. I will ask if there's any opposition. Actually, first, is there any opposition to the proposed amendment? Hold on. We need a second for Mr. Starr's amendment.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Okay. Any opposition to the three amendments proposed by Mr. Starr? Hearing and seeing no opposition, those amendments are approved unanimously. As amended, is there any opposition to approval of 13A? Hearing and seeing no opposition, that is approved unanimously. That brings us next to item 14A. AO 2008-122, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, sections 9.28. Thank you very much. The public hearing in this matter is now open. This is about ignition interlock devices. Public hearing in this is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Johnston, seconded by Mr. Gutierrez. Anyone in the queue? Seeing no one in the queue, is there any opposition to the approval of item 14A? Hearing and seeing none, 14A is approved, and I would just note this means that we can comply with state law and arrest people for DWI after January 1st.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Gutierrez.
I just want to very quickly thank Ms. Johnston for bringing that forward and getting it done. Thank you very much.
I'd actually like to thank my constituents that brought it to my attention.
Microphone.
I would like to thank the constituent that brought it to my attention. Her name's Nada Butler. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us next to item 14B, AR 2008-307, a resolution approving and ratifying a 5-year collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the Anchorage Police Department Employees Association. The public hearing in this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. And I would note, we'd ask those speaking to state your name for the record. It's 3 minutes per person. Go ahead.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Assembly. My name is Derek Scher, and I've been an Anchorage Police Department employee for over 14 years. It is my privilege and honor to represent the 540 members of the Anchorage Police Department Employees Association tonight. As President-elect of the association, I feel a great sense of duty and humility as I speak here tonight. I represent a diverse group of employees that includes the department's messenger, emergency dispatchers, clerks, canine handlers, evidence technicians, crime laboratory personnel, police officers, bomb squad, and SWAT, and many, many more. Every member of the association is a critical link in our law enforcement team. That team protects this city 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The contract before you is the product of weeks of negotiation efforts between the administration and the association. It is a fair agreement with give and take from both parties. During negotiations, the municipality was able to capture gains in the area of medical benefits, seniority, overtime, job assignments, as well as others. We both succeeded in maintaining a pattern of stability for our employees. The contract requires our members to give back the premium medical plan that currently exists. This will result in over $1 million in savings for the city over the life of this contract. Additionally, members will share on the responsibility of continued future medical costs through a performance plan, as well as shouldering an ever-increasing medical co-payment. The contract reflects seniority concessions for the assignment of overtime for school resource officers, canine officers, and others. In an unprecedented change, the association will allow the administration to move an employee off a set shift and days off, unilaterally, without respect to seniority. In recognition of the mutual benefits that in-service training provides for both city and our members, the association agreed to reduction in overtime rates for employees attending this training. This reduction, along with other plans in the new contract, will allow the administration to meet minimum in-service training goals while reducing training costs dramatically. Over the past 25 years, the Anchorage community has benefited from a series of 4- and 5-year contracts between the municipality and the APDEA. During the Fink, Knowles, Meister, Wirch, and now the Begich administrations, our members are proud to have been working under fair, long-term contracts that have been struck at the bargaining table. This 5-year contract brings stability to our members and the city alike. We clearly understand the concerns others have about the economic environment that may lie ahead of us. Along with our brothers and sisters in the Anchorage Fire Department, we are the stewards of our community. Our responsibility for Anchorage's success goes far beyond simply responding to emergency calls. We are prepared to give when called upon, as we have in previous times. Our record is clear on this. The association's door is always open at this time or for any future administration. I'll finish quickly. As police officers, we pride ourselves on being able to settle problems between parties. When it comes to bargaining, we are no different. This is a fair contract, and I urge you to vote yes.
Thank you. Don't go yet. There's 3 with questions. Go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
Yes, thank you for coming this evening, and thank you for meeting with me yesterday. I had a constituent that brought up or mentioned to me, how long were your members able to look at this contract? How long were they able to bring the contracts home and read them like we were, or what was the process there?
The contract was first briefed in a series of PowerPoint presentations during general membership meeting. We made the contract available for unlimited review for members while they were voting, and the union president and several other members of the association executive branch had copies of the contract for member review.
And was that just in one evening, or was that over a period of a month? Or
That
what
was
it?
from the time that the contract was made available after the executive board approved it to move forward through the time of the election. On the day of the election, the contract was available at the voting station. At the station, I'm not sure if it was available at the other locations. I myself reviewed it at the voting station in the main building.
And so hours, or?
I spent approximately an hour perusing through it. Of course, being a member of the negotiating team, I was already familiar with it, but I wanted to just read through it again, and I think there was another member that picked it up after I was done.
Okay, so I'm confused here. So were they given copies, or were they briefed on this months in advance or weeks in advance, or was it that evening?
No, we didn't. I'm not sure the exact time when the executive board moved the contract towards ratification. It certainly wasn't weeks or months of time. I think it was about a week period of time between the time the executive board approved the contract and it was brought forward for ratification. We did not make copies of the contract.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Birch. Well, first off, thank you for your service to our community. Based on your tenure with the department, were you here during when the retirement fund distribution happened in 1999?
I think the retirement issue that was brought forward earlier is a police and fire retirement issue. I'm a member of the PERS class. Currently, the Anchorage Police Department, amongst sworn officers, we have 7 different retirement systems, but I'm not a member of that particular system.
So the $56 million that went back to 810 retirees and employees, that affected someone others than yourself?
Yeah, so I can't verify those funds. I'm completely unaware of that.
Okay. One thing I'm hearing from constituents that are contacting me with concerns about this agreement is the 5-year nature of it.
Yes,
first of all, I know you talk about stability, but I guess we're kind of living in unstable times, and that aspect of it certainly looking out that far forward, and also I believe it's a minimum of 2.9% per year automatic increase in addition to merit and other increases under the agreement?
Yes, let me try to address a couple of issues you brought forward. One is you brought forward initially the issue of the 5-year contract, and yes, it is. Currently, we have a 5-year contract, and like I said in my prepared remarks, we've enjoyed long-term contracts, as the city has for a while. You mentioned unstable times. Emergency personnel, those of us in the police department, and certainly our brothers and sisters in the fire department, every day we go to work is an unstable environment. This is an opportunity to bring stability to our employees' lives and their families. It presents consistency for those that have been with us for a while and are used to it. It also provides consistency for our new employees that have been recently hired in the last few years.
Okay. Just as a follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Now, the second half of your question, the 2.9 floor on the CPI, that is correct.
Okay. And then from a recruiting standpoint, how are you finding how many recruits or respondents turned up for the last recruitment effort?
I don't know the recruiting data. Normally, I can speak kind of generally. I don't know the exact numbers. I know Sergeant Couturier, our lead recruiter, is available in the audience if you have real specific questions. But I think generally the turnout is very high for the initial phase of recruiting. Unfortunately, during each phase of the recruiting, we lose approximately 50% of those people, and we generally end up with, hopefully, Academy. Most recently, we were able to fill slightly over that number, so it's a tough process.
Great. Thank you.
Dr. Selcraig. Oh,
no, I'm in.
Nope.
Yeah, I do want in.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I have a couple questions. First, I do want to thank you. I've spent a lot of time asking you questions and asking for material, and I appreciate the response I've gotten in terms of immediate, information. One is that I just want to clarify. I think sometimes there's a confusion about for example, in 2009 there's a 3% increase, and that increase is a fixed increase. And if you were tied to the CPI this year, what would it be? It would be 4.6.
Well, yeah, if we had a single-year CPI, that's true. My understanding is the CPI formula that the city wants to use right now is a 4-year or 5-year rolling average. I'm not familiar what that number would be, but certainly for 1 year in Anchorage, it would be 4.6 or possibly higher.
So if you were just writing up the CPI this year, you'd get 1.6 more.
That is correct.
Okay, and then so to better understand, then between 2010 and 2013, the 2.9 to 4.5, that basically, it is again the average, and you'll fall where, we'll negotiate where you fall based on the CPI, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I guess what I've been grappling with is, what's the way to ride out the complex economic situation we're in? And really that averaging the CPI is intended to not give us really high or give us really low years. And is that your understanding as well?
That's my understanding. I think that the CPI average was something that this body formulated. I wasn't present when that was done, and I presume that was the intent.
But it basically protects us, I guess, the payers of this, of huge swings. So I guess that was an important point that actually I found interesting. Also, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the 5% pay incentive. Initially, I didn't really understand that very well. And so is it true that could you describe how that works, and it's a one-time thing, and could you talk about the class of people it's appropriate for?
The performance step that's offered in our contract is 5%. It's offered only to those officers and supervisors in the sworn ranks who are top step. In other words, those personnel would not be available for any other step increases. Unlike other contracts, our contract tops out after approximately 7 to 8 years, and you're not able to achieve a wage increase other than those that are built into agreements such as this. The incentive program is built around a point system. The officers or supervisors are required to complete a number of tasks or meet some performance requirements in order to qualify. Some examples of that would be training approved by the chief of police. Officers, when I use that term to include supervisors, are required to complete 24 hours of training at no cost to the city, and then that training would be certified by the department. Another component would be the community service component. There's a 40-hour requirement there. There's a safety component as far as motor vehicle accidents as well as others.
So, and that's every year?
Yes, ma'am. You have to requalify for that program every year.
So the way it works, I just want to make sure I understand it, the way it works is that you've got an employee category that actually reaches a certain pay threshold, and it can't go above that.
That's
pay
correct.
Threshold. So it's an incentive structure for, in many cases, long-term employees who are kind of stuck or at a certain pay level and can't proceed. Is that the intent?
That is correct.
And so in order to, it isn't a reoccurring, I mean, it isn't like you get 5%, 5%, 5%. Basically, you have to maintain a certain threshold of activities.
It is a true performance step, and the employee has to qualify for it in the calendar year. For example, none of our employees would be eligible for it until 2010. They would be required to qualify for it in 2009. And just because you qualified for it during the 2009 year for 2010, you would then again have to requalify for the entire volume of the points again the following year.
That you wouldn't get 5% on top of 5%. So it's a one-time 5% increase that you have to maintain this list of requirements for in order to keep. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And my last question to you, and I may have more later, but my last question to you is, I have two questions, actually. I've had very big concerns about where we're going. I mean, earlier this evening I presented something because I want to keep track of basically what our budget is and what our commitments are. And I have talked personally with you about this issue. And there's no wage openers in this contract. And I'm wondering, assuming we are in a much more complicated situation 2 years from now because of the economy and things we can't control, how would you expect us to engage with you? I mean, what could we expect? I mean, in this contract, there's no venue.
I would expect the administration of that time and possibly the Assembly to come forward and speak to us about the economic condition that the city was in, assuming that it was suffering through a period of hardships. And I've spoken with our members about this, and we were prepared to have an open-door policy on this and discuss whatever is reasonable. Our members benefit from more than just wages and benefits in the traditional sense. Our members benefit from the safety equipment that the city purchases as far as vehicles, bulletproof vests, guns, training, and facilities. And the overall health of the city directly impacts us in our safety of our day-to-day work and our ability to do our job in the long term, and we're aware of that.
So that was the wrong answer.
It was.
Yeah, so what does that mean that you would sit down with us and consider renegotiating pieces of this contract?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's really what I wanted to hear, and that, I mean, that's the answer that I think really matters. That's okay. And the last thing is that this is my first time actually dealing with a police contract, and this issue has come up in terms of 3 years versus 5 years. Over the history of the police force, what's been the typical, or what's the history in terms of 3 to 5 year contracts?
I only go back 14 years, and since I've been here, we're currently in a 5-year contract. Before that, I believe it was a 4-year contract. Our research indicates going back approximately 25 years, it's been 4 and 5-year contracts. There was one period of time in there where they had an agreement that was held in limbo through some sort of conflict, and that ultimately resulted in a 4-year agreement.
Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually have a couple of questions, one spurred by a very excellent question Dr. Selcraig asked. Has the situation arisen before where a mayor has come to the union and said, hey, look, here's the economic situation. We've got a, $33 million budget deficit. Has that happened, and what has the union done?
Yeah, that happened on at least one occasion prior to my tenure at the police department. One of the responsibilities I have in taking the job that I have now as the president-elect of the association is I receive tutelage from the people who preceded me, and they remind me of my responsibilities. And that story is passed down, that it is our responsibility to be able to step up to the plate when the city calls and in the time of need and meet that request.
Thank you. And the other question, and I apologize if you covered this in your testimony while I was forced to step out of the room briefly. What was the vote on this particular issue when the membership ratified it?
On this particular contract?
On this contract.
323 for, 42 against.
And maybe I don't know if you can speak conversantly about this, but those 42 who voted against, do you have an idea what their primary objections were, what they wanted in the contract that's not there now?
No, I don't think it would be fair for me to try to speak about individuals, but I think I could generalize. There were a number of individuals who felt that, quite frankly, we could do better in the area of wages in particular, and they encouraged us to do that, and I heard that from some members. There may have been many other reasons. It's just not right for me to speak for each of these individuals.
That's fair enough. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Starr, go ahead.
Thanks for coming down, and you seem well versed on the process. In January of 2008, the municipality received a letter from your union stating that you were not going to reopen the contract as opportunities present themselves both in March and July. Except now in May of 2008, you guys came apparently to the municipality and says we want to open collective bargaining. Do you know why you did that in particular?
There was a two-part question. I referenced the letter. I'm not familiar with that particular letter. If you had it, I could refresh my memory with it. Referenced the second half of the question concerning opening the contract beyond the wage reopeners. I think you're talking about.
The wage reopeners were March and July, and again, the letter in January said you were not going to open them based on those two options. So, not to put words in your mouth, but that was the essence of it, was that, in March and July, you guys were happy with the 2% at each month, apparently. And then in May of 2008, I understand that the parties came together and you opened a contract. Do you know why?
We had a wage reopener for the last portion of the current contract that we're in. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, the wage reopener was for January of 2009, that's right.
Yes, okay.
So that was the purpose you opened it in May, was to talk about the wage reopener.
Yes.
In January. Why is the effective date for the contract so important for you folks to have it January 1 of 2009 as opposed to the expiration date of when it expires in June 30th?
Oh, why did we elect to combine the wage reopener in the current contract with
No, I
39?
guess shorten the terms, really. You're now in a 4.5-year contract for a 5-year term is what I'm getting at. This current contract that's approved is effective January 1, as you know.
Right.
Which limits the old contract by 6 months.
Oh, okay.
What's the need to hurry up on that on January 1?
I don't see any need to hurry up. The city came to us. They had an open enrollment for a new medical plan, which I think most people are aware of, and they had an interest in combining our bargaining unit into that. Currently, as I mentioned earlier, we're in a different medical plan than the rest of the city has. I believe the people in the fire department have it as well, and we're offered a plan that is no longer going to be available to the rest of the municipality. And I think it was in the municipality's interest to roll up the wage reopener with the new contract, and that's how we have the resultant document today.
And again, the need to bring it January 1st from your perspective then does what? It guarantees the 3% wage increase earlier? Is that kind of the thing that you get out of it? Because you're saying you're giving stuff back, of course, with different medical plans and concessions, but what you get out of it is the 3%, and that's what you're after January 1?
Well, it would certainly be disingenuous to say that we're not interested in wages sooner. Of course we are, and that's part of my responsibility, my members. The wage reopener, which was going to open January 1st, that would have started January 1st with or without this contract. And had we not been able to settle at the table on the wage reopener component alone, we would have been forced into a process, possibly arbitration as well, and we would have tried to enforce the wage increase for January 1st. So I don't believe that this document, this contract, brought the wage sooner than had we pursued another course.
Your other course then was arbitration. Is that what you're saying the other course was?
There's several steps in the process. I started with the beginning, which is negotiations, and ultimately, as you know, we could end up in arbitration.
Okay, thank you.
I see no one else. Thank you. Thank you for coming down. All right. It is our general practice to break for dinner at 7. It's now 7. I see people waiting in line, and so what I'm going to ask the body if we can take 3 people testifying before we take our dinner break. If that's acceptable with the body, I would encourage the body. You can see there's a lot of people to testify. Anybody can ask questions, but I would encourage you to let the folks say their piece and maybe hold some questions till later. Go ahead, ma'am. And I appreciate your patience.
Thank you, Chairman Klayman. And my name is Judy Norton, and I'm going to say it softly because my husband said if I came tonight to be sure it was said softly, because I'm speaking in opposition of the contracts tonight. And I'm sure there's a lot of things, if I'd had time to go through, that I would have had opposition to. I most certainly have emailed all of you with my concerns, but I'm going to stick to the things that I think bother me the most about these contracts. Number one is the length of the contract in a time of economic downturn when there are people losing their jobs and people that are most certainly frozen in their pay salaries. We're given what I consider pretty good pay salary raises on an ongoing basis and for 5 years. These contracts are being ratified before they are done. They are due. They were not due until mid-June of 2009. It also raises the next question, and this is to the mayor, is why, from several taxpayers that I have talked to, why an outgoing mayor would try and get these contracts passed before leaving office since they are not due. And that concerns me, and it does many of the people that I know. I also added a 4th one today after listening to this meeting tonight. There seems to be concern among the Assembly members that we do not know what the economic environment will be of Anchorage in the future. Most of us know what the price of a barrel of oil is today, and that does affect revenue sharing. Anchorage, yes, Anchorage is strong today because we've had lots of money to spend over the years. But what will we be in the future if we continue passing contracts that we do not know how we're going to pay for in the future? Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions. Next, please. And the clerk is going to bring a list back so people can sign the list, and you'll have your place reserved, and you won't have to stand up for 30 minutes while we take dinner. Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Hey, my name's Bob Griffin, and I just had a quick written statement here for the Assembly. Okay.
Among my fellow homeowners, there's a rapidly growing perception that the Assembly is continuing to ramrod complicated union contracts through this body without adequate review or consideration of value to the taxpayers. What's the great sense of urgency now? Why do we want to rush 5-year deals through that haven't expired when the future economic landscape is so uncertain? As a 20-year military veteran, I know a thing or two about sacrifice and public service in a dangerous and physically demanding occupation. As a citizen of Anchorage, I also understand that we need to keep the city running efficiently and effectively by bringing the brightest and best public servants that we can attract. Also, as a current union member myself, I'm familiar with the struggles of labor and negotiating fair wages and working conditions under collective bargaining process. As a taxpayer, though, I'm growing increasingly troubled of how recklessly my money is being spent, including this latest round of contracts. Watching this process on TV and in the newspapers, it appears that very few members of this body have done their due diligence to become familiar with the intricate details of these contracts and these bargaining agreements. I see very little evidence of rational decision-making being made by the majority for the good of the taxpayers over the concerns of special interests. I'm also very concerned about the generous union side deals that seem to be made by the mayor's office between negotiating cycles without approval of the Assembly. I'm wondering how many members of the Assembly think it's a good value for the taxpayer to pay the salary of the president of the police union. In my union, we have volunteers that do a lot of great work, and the salaried employees are paid by union dues. As a guy who signs the paychecks for these little details, it looks like somebody's left the door to the candy store open, and the unions are running in to grab as much as they can before a responsible person shows up to stop them. There's also a growing insight among the property owners that the nearly $60,000 that unions have contributed to 6 of the members of this body and Mayor Begich over the last few years have something to do with their apparent lack of fiscal and fiduciary responsibility to us, the taxpayers. It's very disturbing for those of us who are footing the bill to watch this money, to watch this Chicago-style pay-to-play mentality unfold with our hard-earned money. We fully understand the plight of the working-class families that these unions represent and the important work that they do. We also expect that the Assembly would consider the plight of the working-class families who are saddled with the unsustainable rate of increase in our tax burden that your spending has put us under. This budget has exploded by more than 50% over the tenure of Mayor Begich. Just one quick comment.
If you could go ahead and conclude, that would be great.
Okay. The union contributions accepted by the Assembly members, along with their corresponding eagerness to roll over on the collective bargaining agreements and side deals, looks a lot like standard old-school quid pro quo. And I find it morally equivalent to having the unions add a second story to your chalet in Girdwood for a really low price.
There's no one with questions. I would note, folks in the audience, there's a lot of people with interest in this. If people are clapping after each speaker, we'll be here a while, but we won't get much accomplished. Next speaker, please.
No questions?
No questions. Thank you. And this will be our last speaker before we take our dinner break.
Assembly Chair Clayman, Assembly members, my name is Kevin M. I've been a member of this community since I was a child. I've raised my children here, and now I have grandchildren in school here. My roots grow deep in this community. I have been a police officer for the last 26 and a half years. I've seen the best and worst that takes place in the streets and the homes of this city. My family and I have made sacrifices that don't need mentioning. They don't need mentioning because I took an oath. I took an oath that I am deeply committed to my community. I've spent my career hearing citizens and politicians compare the members of the Anchorage Police Department to everyone else in the city. I've sat in this chamber on several occasions while the Assembly, some of whom sit here tonight, questioned members of other bargaining unions as to why they should receive wages and benefits that not all of their constituents receive. In some respects, I agree that our members are the everyday citizen, your constituents. Our members work to pay their bills and their taxes. They vote, they volunteer, and raise their families in our community. But in other respects, I have to say that our members are, well, they're just very different. I work with some of the most amazing people on this planet. Our membership is made of a diverse group of skilled professionals. The people I work with put their lives on the line for strangers, and they make this sacrifice 24 hours a day, every single day. In my time, I have lost 4 of my friends and fellow officers in the line of duty, some of whom I was working with on the night that they died. A police officer never gets a break from the job. Even at home, they have to be prepared for the angry citizen that shows up at their doorstep to gripe, complain, and even threaten them and their family. Or the well-meaning citizen who sees a police car and is unaware that the up-until-then sleeping officer is off duty. Our members include the records clerk who transcribes the interview of the 5-year-old describing the horrific acts perpetrated on them by someone they loved and trusted. The lab tech who processes the photos showing the brutality one human can inflict on another. The property tech who handles the bloody clothing and recognizes that these were worn by a human being now being mourned by those left behind. The call taker who sometimes gets to hear that first breath of human takes, but more often than not hears the last. And the dispatcher who holds their own breath until the officers advise that the suspect that just took shots at them is in custody and nobody was hurt. They come to work, they do their job with courage and commitment, and yet manage to stay sane and professional through it all. I won't say we don't do this for the money, and I've always contended that if we all stopped receiving a paycheck tomorrow, we'd take that perpetual weekend. Yet myself and others have donated hours of duty service to this city. We may enjoy our job, but really, wouldn't you rather spend time with your family and friends, or doing the hobbies or the church activities or the volunteer activities that we all enjoy? We may show up for the paycheck, but we continue to do the job because of our love for each other, our deep loyalty to the department, and a long-standing commitment to the community, our community. You can't begin to compensate our membership for what we give up so we can do our jobs. I ask that you recognize this commitment and approve this contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I note, as announced, we would take 3 more speakers. He was the third. Oh, Mr. Starr does have a question. Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
Yeah, actually, thank you for coming down. We emailed back and forth a little bit as well. And 2 topics that I have. There's a little bit of speak that comes back, not so much in your email as that is our ability to have done the right thing in the past seems to oftentimes be stated. And did I hear you have any angst over the way you were treated in the previous 4 years or 5 years, or are we doing okay?
Well, I'm not sure I understand the question, who we are, or
I want to make is
the angst. I mean, specifically, if I'm getting everything that I wanted to get, that's never going to happen. If I'm happy and content, we always strive to do as much as we can for our membership, keeping in mind our commitment to our community.
Well, you speak about the overtime requirements and some of the challenges where you don't get to spend the time with your families. And you know, I guess when I look at, you know, we're going to be coming up on 90-plus officers added to the force, and the budget's gone in the last 5 years from about $60 million of a function cost up to about $100 million in a function cost just in 5 years for this department. You know, is there anything else that we should have done then that we need to do now forward, or are we getting it?
I think you're going in the right direction as far as the money goes. Don't ask me about figures because I'm not going to be able to provide them for you, but I can tell you experience, and that's this. 2008, for me personally, versus 2007, there was virtually no call-in overtime for me for 2008, and I'm one of the most senior people on the department, and I work the street. That is surely just purely because of the push for the bodies, the recruitment that the administration in this city has given to this department.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you, you're on that list. I sent it back to you, the 50 top earners at APD, and you're on that as it speaks to the overtime question. You know, you didn't get called in perhaps, but, you know, you're on the list for fairly high earnings as relates to overtime as your percentage of pay. Does that system, will that work for us when I see officer salaries? In some cases, you've got twice the overtime of your regular salary, not you per se, but several others on the list above you. Are we headed for a train wreck with that system, and we're in for another 5 years because it hasn't changed? Does the overtime pay concern you from the levels that some of these officers are getting?
No, I'm not concerned with it in the slightest, simply because that's something that has worked very well for the last 40 years. I didn't get to see the figures. I've heard conversations that the figures as far as seniority goes, it was pretty much even across the board as far as the overtime goes. So it is probably the most, probably the best way to manage doing that type of overtime.
By seniority, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, no one else has questions, and so that brings us to our dinner hour. We have a list that has the people that are in line, so we will be able to call you up here in order. We will do our very best to keep our dinner hour to 30 minutes because we know a lot of people want to be heard, and we will move forward. So we are in recess for 30 minutes. Thank you. On page 2 of 2, line 26 and 27, I would like to amend by inserting words and deleting words. The new wording would be, the Alaska Legislature is encouraged to enact legislation authorizing a municipal property tax exemption to Alaska Pacific University for all its educational facilities on the Anchorage campus, and then so that APU campus, etc. And I could pass down that wording to the clerk if Is there a second? Is there a second for adding the language so that it changes, instead of reading Alaska Pacific University for all its contiguous Anchorage campus, so that it will read instead for all its educational facility on Anchorage campus? Correct?
That's correct. I'll second, but there's nothing on here. Screen.
I will note that Ms. Drummond has seconded the motion to amend, or Mr. Starr seconded the motion to amend. That's why.
If I could speak to that.
Go ahead, Ms. Oceana. I'm sorry.
I had a meeting with a representative from the university where
APU or UAA?
APU.
Okay.
Where I was given a copy of both the land grant for the university and some background on this issue. And the concern that I have is the juxtaposition of really providing a service that is clearly educational. The United States Geological Survey building on campus seems to do that fairly well. I asked them to give me some specifics on how the Spine Institute is linked, and I got back a statement of intent to do things in the future, but nothing concrete now. So I believe if that linkage is there, it's appropriate to ask for the exemption, but every exemption we authorize raises everybody else's taxes. So I'm very careful about it, and I think that this wording will just tighten it a little bit. So I urge support.
All right, Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I saw Dr. North in the audience earlier. Is he still here? And if so, Dr. North, Mr. Chairman, may I ask Dr. North to come address this?
Yes, that's fine. Dr. North,
would you please
get to come and answer questions? Come to the podium up here. It's called the hot seat. Go ahead, Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. North, do you hear Ms. Oziander's proposed amendment?
And go ahead, Dr. North, if you could identify yourself for the record.
Hi, I'm Dr. Douglas North. I'm president of Alaska Pacific University.
Thank you. Could you comment on whether you support that the amendment or not, and why you, if you oppose it, why you oppose it?
Well, Alaska Pacific University already has a municipal property tax exemption on its academic properties. What we are seeking, however, is a level playing field with the University of Alaska, and so we are hoping that the Assembly will put forward this resolution to urge the legislature to do so. The building in question, I believe, is the medical building. The academic program is the Health Services Administration program, in which the doctors and personnel at the Spine Institute, which occupies that building, do serve as faculty, as guest speakers, teach classes, take on internships with students, provide space for students to actually have, provides a living laboratory for Health Services Administration, and is fully as much a participant in our curriculum as is USGS.
Anything else, Mr. Flynn?
No, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. North.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you. Dr. North, could you stay for a second, please? I just had a couple of clarifying questions, if you would. So are you saying that the Spine Institute building, that is currently serving an educational purpose? Is that
yes,
what
it
I
is.
say? Okay. And you and I met some time ago to discuss this, and I'd like you to refresh my memory. That property was previously tax exempt with the municipality. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. You. That's all I wanted to know.
Dr. Selcraig. Don't go anywhere.
Dr. North, I have one last question. Thank you. You mentioned you made the reference of being on even ground with the University of Alaska. Could you explain that a little further?
I guess that could be most easily explained as if that building and its occupants were located across the street, it would be tax exempt.
And is that because they're...
And that's because in state legislation, a tax exemption is given to the University of Alaska for all parts of its property.
Whether they have an educational use or not. So basically...
That's correct. They are not held to the same standard. We're held to a higher standard by virtue, actually, of the zoning requirements and our BLM arrangement from the beginning, so that for instance, the occupants of that particular building, while they also pay top dollar market value for their occupancy, they're also held to a standard where they actually have to be part of our educational system as well, otherwise they couldn't be here.
Well, and I just would like to know, how many people are employed at APU?
There's, if you include adjuncts, about 160 people.
And have you got any estimate of what the cash flow is that actually you bring to the community, or what your value is to the community?
I actually did, since the time that I've been there as president, and that's been about 14 years, all of the money we have spent, 99% of it has been spent locally, and that amounts to about $200 million.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnston.
Yes, you're currently, or there's a hotel that's being built on your property. And do you have an educational program that's going to be involved in that?
That's a little bit different because that's just a ground lease. However, in order to be zoned there, yes, it had to have an academic connection as well. We have a business administration and management program with a focus on recreation and on hospitality. And that's the academic program that's a strong connection. It's going to be an actual training facility. It's a NANA operation, and they're going to be using it in a degree program to help to train their folks.
Thank you.
Ms. Osiander.
I'm not going to pursue this very much further because it's obvious, I think, that I'm not going to prevail on it. But my concern, and maybe I didn't get thorough enough information, but I got some specifics of including the names of the students who had done mentorships or supervised programs with the USGS. And on the Spine Institute, I got a copy of the lease that talked about potential. I didn't get any actuals on how the facility was used educationally. Personally, to me, that's an important link.
I would be happy to provide you with those specifics. And I'm sorry you didn't get them in the first place because they are available.
All right, I see no one else in the queue. As to Ms. Osiander's amendment, a yes vote would amend it to change the language to educational purposes. A no vote would keep it as originally drafted and proposed in front of us. A yes vote changes, a no vote keeps it as originally submitted. Please vote. That vote fails by a vote of 8-2. I see no one else in the queue as the underlying resolution. I will ask if there is any opposition to the resolution as originally proposed. There will be. Okay, we'll go ahead and put it on the board. If you're opposed to this resolution, the vote is no. A yes vote will approve this resolution. Please vote. Anybody hasn't voted? Please vote if you haven't voted.
Different screen.
And that passes by a vote of 8-2. That brings us now back to item 14B. I thank you for the interruption in the public hearing. We have a list of speakers, so you don't necessarily have to line up yet. Margaret Bergman. Ms. Bergman, if you could go ahead and speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Assembly members. Good evening. My name is Margaret Bergman, and I work for the Anchorage Police Department. I'd like to take a few moments of your time to tell you about myself and how this contract is important to me and my family. I will touch on a few items such as overtime, health insurance, and educational benefits as it pertains to me. First, about me. I've worked at the Anchorage Police Department since June of 2000. I'm currently assigned to the School Resource Officer Unit. Besides being an SRO, I have additional responsibilities at APD that I have applied for or been selected for, or I have volunteered for. I'm an instructor in 2 disciplines. I'm a member of the Anchorage Police Department's Employee Recognition Board. I'm a member of one of the APD's strategic plan teams, and I'm the coordinator of APD's Automated External Defibrillator Program. Throughout my career, I've continued to be involved beyond the normal duties of a sworn officer to try and help APD move in a positive direction. My personal belief is if you have complaints about something, you should be willing to step up to the plate and do something about it. That's a little snippet about me and my involvement and my personal investment in APD. In regards to this contract, there are a few things that you should know how it affects this 8.5-year employee. First, I'm not an officer who seeks overtime. There are calls that require overtime at the end of shift. Although there are posted overtime that is mostly grant-funded, I can honestly say I prefer not to work overtime. Second, you need to know that I'm currently utilizing the educational benefits. I received my bachelor's degree prior to being hired by APD. I am now starting taking classes at UAA for my master's in public administration. I believe taking these classes will not only benefit myself, but the department as a whole. Third, you should know about me that my husband is self-employed. Therefore, we rely solely on the municipality's health insurance plan. And lastly, you should know that I'm a long-term employee. A long-term contract provides the stability needed for me and my family. Your decision regarding this contract affects me, my family, as well as my coworkers and their families. I would appreciate your support for this contract as an employee and as a taxpayer. Now, in regards to the overtime, I have something to hand out to you that depicts the distribution of overtime by tenure for all personnel. Now, the overtime, when I hand this to you, I don't want you to get distracted with what I'm saying. When I show this to you, you'll see that it's pretty evenly distributed with how we're managing the overtime currently. This was provided by the Chief's office, and he is here to answer any questions. Please keep in mind that a large portion of our overtime is grant-funded and posted or paid for by community programs. Thank you for your time. I look forward to continuing working hard and providing the high quality of service the Anchorage community expects.
Thank you very much. If you can bring them to the clerk, she'll distribute them. Next on the list is Brett Sarber.
Good evening. My name is Brett Sarber. I'm a detective in the Crimes Against Children Unit of the Anchorage Police Department. I've been a detective in CACU for over 3 years and have worked in law enforcement for over 14. The members of my unit primarily investigate felony-level sexual and physical abuse of children. Our state and city have very unfortunate statistics in these crime areas, which is a sad reality. Responding to these crimes are dedicated, trained professionals on the front lines to aggressively combat child abuse, as well as homicide. We are required to respond to crisis at all hours of the day and night, weekends and holidays. My unit has never failed to respond. This dedication has cost us countless nights of sleep, insidious stress, and missed holiday dinners. I speak for many in the Anchorage Police Department. My unit is not alone. I stand with hundreds who have gone to work when the call came in. SWAT, detectives, K-9, major collision investigators, negotiators, and many, many more. Investigating child abuse is not a job that many want, but it is a job that must be done. Don't get me wrong, occasionally the intangible rewards are worth every minute, leaving us with a deep satisfaction of a job well done. Each detective in my unit is assigned to investigate 60 to 90 cases per year. Stopping child abuse through law enforcement is a major component of my role. At times, my job is dealing one-on-one with the unfortunate side of our city. Most non-police friends tell me I'm not paid enough to do my job. I tell them I am. But when I have time, I also tell them that the police wages have not kept up with the cost of living in Anchorage. Most of our newer officers are not able to purchase a home in Anchorage and instead reside in rented apartments, condominiums, or purchase homes in the Mat-Su Valley now. In 1997, I had been working with the Washington State Patrol as an officer for 3 years when APD recruited me through wages and benefits. Now, I have remained at the Anchorage Police Department for many reasons. Wages and benefits are part of it. A high quality of life found in Anchorage are the other part. I was in my mid-20s and single when I moved here. Now I'm in my late 30s and have a young, growing family. At this point, I intend on staying in Anchorage indefinitely. The APDEA and the Municipality of Anchorage have always negotiated fair labor contracts. The contract before you today includes essential cost of living increases. The medical plan is very important to a family guy like me. I understand it is also saving the city money, yet it is a reasonable plan for its participants. Police officers develop skills that are very transportable. I'm an example of that. I'm almost done. With many major cities on the West Coast looking for qualified applicants and offering signing and moving bonuses to experienced officers, this contract provides stability to the police department through retention. As a citizen, a property taxpayer, member of the community, employee of the Anchorage Police Department, I believe the contract at hand is a fair labor contract and should be passed. The Anchorage Police Department is a great place to work. The city of Anchorage is a great place to live and raise a family. Thank you for your time.
And Mr. Gutierrez has a question for you.
No, not a question, sir, just a comment. I just wanted to thank you for dealing every day with crimes so disgusting. I don't think many of us up here could imagine them, and it is a great place to live because we have people like you, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Selkirk has a question.
I'm not sure that you can answer this, but maybe somebody could answer it this evening. What does a brand-new police officer make? Do you know what they come in at?
Well, it's been almost 12 years for me.
Goodness, huh?
And I don't talk to the new guys very much anymore. So
maybe in the questioning tonight, if you can't answer it, maybe somebody else can.
Yeah.
In the process of answering questions.
The person in charge of recruiting is on the speaking list, so I think we can get that question.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No one else has questions. Next on the list is Joyce Creed. Ms. Creed.
Good evening, Chairman Clement, and I appreciate your time tonight, as the members of the Assembly. I would just like to explain my feelings with this contract and how it affects my family. First of all, my name is Joyce Creed. I've been a resident of Anchorage ever since 1976. I have been a police dispatcher with the Anchorage Police Department since 1907, and I continue to continue my career with APD until I retire. I am passionate about my job, and I give 110% every day to the citizens of my city. I know that whether it is my son that's going to call 911 or a complete stranger, I will give them the help that they need and they deserve. My job is extremely stressful and difficult at times, but also rewarding knowing I'm helping someone in need. The Anchorage Police Dispatch Center answers over 350,000 calls per year, and approximately 50% of those are 911 emergency calls. For several years, I have worked overtime when needed to meet our minimum staffing, since it is hard to find, train, and retain qualified employees for this demanding job. Being a single parent, my wages and medical insurance are vital to my son's well-being, as I am his sole provider. I believe this is a fair contract that's been negotiated by both the APDEA and MOA in good faith. Our department operates 24/7. We're never closed. I believe we're there for the citizens of Anchorage, and I'm asking that you, the representatives of the people of Anchorage, support this contract for both the Anchorage Police Department and the Anchorage Fire Department. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez has a question.
Thank you. I do have a question. So, I understand with the question of overtime, with many of both the sworn and non-sworn staff, it's an issue of something happens, an incident happens towards the end of somebody's shift, and an officer can't just say, I can't deal with this, I can't take your report now because my shift is over. Is it the same with dispatch? Do things happen that create overtime for you, or is it just mostly coming in trying to make those minimum staffing levels?
Well, I believe that for a while we were not hiring dispatchers. We couldn't really find dispatchers that could make the qualifications and complete their training and be completely cut loose. For the first 7.5 years, I've been there the lower 11.5 years. But the first 7.5 years, I was ordered almost on all my days off.
Wow.
Or some of my days off. I never had a complete weekend. Working holidays, and it's tough when you're a single parent.
And how long does it take to train someone to do your job effectively?
For a dispatcher, it can take up to 1 year. Okay. When you go through your academy, your FTO process, where you're actually working with a trainer day in, day out.
And as we heard from the last speaker, the skills that you have as a dispatcher, would you say those are fairly portable as well? Could you pick up and move somewhere?
To like a different agency?
Different department, outside, wherever?
I would think it would depend on the person.
Okay.
I mean.
It's fair. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. No one else has questions. Next on the list is Kenneth Lord.
Thank you for giving me the chance to comment. My name is Dr. Kenneth Lord. I'm a resident of Anchorage and a homeowner on the hillside. And yes, every year it hurts to pay those property taxes. But I'm here before you to support the Anchorage Police Department and urge you to approve and ratify this contract. And to explain why, bear with me for a minute while I give you a little bit about, or tell you a little bit about myself. I am a former police officer, not here in Anchorage, but in South Florida. I worked in the cities of Coral Gables, which is in Dade County, a suburb of Miami, and Plantation, which is a suburb of Fort Lauderdale. I was also a reserve deputy sheriff for the Alachua County Sheriff's Department in north central Florida. Presently, I'm a federal attorney, and in that role, I work with a number of law enforcement agencies across a wide variety of law enforcement officers in a variety of agencies. In my own time, I volunteer for the Anchorage Police Department's Auxiliary Search Team. Now, I don't know if you're familiar with that organization, but it's a group of about 35 people who specialize in trying to find lost and missing persons and helping the detective bureaus when they need to find evidence. We all carry little pagers, and they never seem to go off except at 2 o'clock in the morning. And I'll tell you that at 2 o'clock in the morning, when you're looking for a lost child or a lost Alzheimer's patient, you get to know the people you're working with in a big hurry. And I'm here to tell you that there is no finer group of law enforcement men and women anywhere than here in Anchorage, in the Anchorage Police Department. These men and women deserve our support as a community, and I'm here to urge you to do that. But more importantly, in my experience in South Florida, I learned that we as a community owe it to ourselves to support our police department. South Florida is full of communities, one to the next, where the quality of life varies dramatically. And you learn when you're law enforcement very quickly that often the difference is how well that particular community supports its police department. Those that support the police department have a clearly higher quality of life. That's where everybody wants to live. That's where the police officers stay. And for that reason, I encourage you to do the same. We need to support these men and women to support our quality of life and to keep our children safe. Thank you.
Thank you. No one has questions. Next on the list is Paul Hahnemann. Mr. Hahnemann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the Assembly, my name is Paul Hahnemann. I have prepared documents to speech, but I'm not going to bore you with all that. I'm just going to speak to a few things, and I would be remiss if I didn't at least address some of the things that my wife wanted me to bring up. She's probably watching at home on cable here. One of the things that I wanted to say is I see that many in the audience here who have shown courage and who show courage daily. And I'm asking and I'm challenging actually you, each of you on the Assembly, to act in courage in the light of this evening under these lights with known variables. And any factors of these contract that were concerns of yours should be addressed, or if not, will be addressed through the questions that you may have people that will be testifying. This is a good contract. I haven't seen each and every one of the facets of it. In fact, that's one of the things that's the problem that I think we have at all of this, and it's the trust. The trust that the administration put a good team together to negotiate with the APDEA. The members of the APDEA nor the members of this community did not get to see the details of the contract until it was fully negotiated, nor did the members of the Assembly, and I think that causes some concern and some angst. This is not the first time that there's been a 5-year contract. I think it's been testified. This is actually the second in a row for the APD. And in my 23 years, by the way, I did just recently retire as an APD employee. And so this contract has nothing, has no fact for me except for as a taxpayer. And in actually some past contracts were a little more favorable to the employees, and actually this one seems to be a little leaner, particularly in the medical area. I remember days of $1 prescriptions and having 100% coverage for vision. Speaking with my wife, in the 23 years I served, even though I didn't get enumerated for it in pay, certainly I was always on duty 24/7. We had people coming to our house in the middle of the night, as testified by Kevin M. earlier. One of those reasons was there was a large beacon, a billboard, if you will, with a home car sitting in front of my driveway, and people knew there was a police officer in the block, and it added some assistance, and it also added some location for someone to go, a safe haven, if you will. On a route to an actual fundraiser for the EVA Foundation, we actually stopped on a rescue assist. My wife and I in formal clothing, subject of a heart attack. We weren't successful. We had to break the window and try to do what we could as we were. We were waved down as a drunk driver at First National Bank at Fred Meyer, and might I mention in May of 2007 I had a little encounter when we were eating dinner at the Outback restaurant. One of the 3 gentlemen that I actually faced off with had a loaded gun carrying an ounce of crack cocaine. I'm happy to report, though, to the Assembly and the community, he's now serving 9 years in a federal pen. Well, I'll say that, government is not in the business in a comparative sense of the normal government. In fact, it runs counter to normal business. In the free market business model, folks understand that any business is seeking to make the most money that can be extracted for its service or its product, which is namely profit. The government should never profit from its citizens, extracting only the revenue necessary to perform demanded services. It's a complete opposite for business. Actually, government should seek to deliver the most services that it can for the money that it extracts in taxes and revenues, and that's public service, and that's each and all of our responsibility. But make no mistake, government is not an all-volunteer workforce, and to get first-class services, which I believe we have, we must pay the cost somehow. And I challenge you that instead of seeking reductions from my services, which I don't want, please focus on a diverse revenue base, such as, and I can discuss that with you, but not solely rely on property taxes. That's what I've heard in my announcements there.
Mr. Hahnemann, we probably need to wind up here.
Okay. I'm well prepared for several others.
One question is coming.
Any questions?
Mr. Gutierrez has a question.
Okay.
Thank you. You raised a good point, and I wonder if it's fair to say, I have a very good friend who's a police officer, not with APD, but he says to me often, whether I'm on duty or not, I'm a cop wherever I go. Is that fair to say? I mean, you know, whether you're on duty, whether you're at the gym playing basketball, you really are on duty 24/7, wherever you are, whatever you're doing.
Absolutely, and I know that my wife from time to time would often say that she didn't want to go to dinner with me when I was in uniform because it was always one of those, officer, I know you're eating, but I have a question. And it never seemed to bother me, but the night in the Outback restaurant, I saw that none more important than the need that, and again, there's been many, many times I can go down the comment for you, but you're absolutely right, 24/7, and you're not expected. In fact, I never got a penny overtime with it, and I can tell you right now that it was about 6 minutes before a backup got there after I called for it, and in those 6 minutes, had I been being paid on the clock at the time at $30 an hour, I would have earned about $3, and I'll pull $5 out of my pocket right now and ask any one of you to step forward at the Outback restaurant and wrestle 3 guys with a gun. I'll offer it to you.
No, not me.
So I urge your support for this contract.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hahnemann. There may also be openings at some of the junior highs and high schools for wrestling coaches. All right, next on the list is Rob Timmons. Mr. Timmons.
Hi, my name is Rob Timmons, and it's a pleasure to address this august body. I don't doubt whatsoever the commitment of our Anchorage Police Department and Fire Department in their commitment to duty. It's commendable, and it's very much valued in our community. I am looking for fairness and value for my tax dollars, and I think I speak for all of us because we all pay municipal taxes and property taxes. I believe this is not a good contract for the municipality or the taxpayer because I don't believe that we're getting the value for our tax dollar. And let me explain. How do you justify in our present economy when the Governor Palin's office just today on the radio announced that she was giving us a 7% reduction in operational budget and 57% reduction in capital expenditures? Where's this money going to come from? To me, we're staring at the edge of the cliff financially. We're still in a good position now, but I believe that it's not going to last. So we've heard quite a bit about the 5-year contract and how long that is. I know many generals that make less money than our police department. Let me talk about the overtime. The overtime is $16 million. If you take a look at the top 50 of our police officers that have the highest overtime, that would equate to $160,000 per year for those 50 officers. For that same amount of money, they're overworked. They're not home. Maybe it takes 80 hours a week to have this to generate this kind of salary. So couldn't we actually have more police officers for that same amount of money, more police presence in our communities? That's what we're after, value for our money. Back in 2002, we had a police budget of $40 million. 5 years later, here we have almost $100 million in budget. City of Anchorage has not grown more than about 1,000 people according to the latest census. So we still have 250, 260,000 people here in the community. Where's that money going? Let me just finish up by saying I've looked at police contracts of the LAPD, the San Francisco Fire Department, Police Department, and the Seattle Police Department, and they have actually saved money and become more effective in their dollar allocation to police work through hiring civilians to do what civilians can do and having the sworn officers out there doing what they need to be doing as opposed to having too many of our police officers there doing jobs that civilians can do. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. You are lucky that you have 3 people with questions, so you're not done yet. Dr. Selkirk.
I appreciate the questions you've raised, and I think that what's happened for me is this is the contract's this thick, and the initial presentation of all 4 contracts were a bunch of sound bites. So there's this work, actually, of sitting down with a contract and figuring out what it really is. And one of the things I think is important to know is that before I got here, actually, this body set up some perimeters that they wanted the contracts to function in. and they actually came up with an average CPI. They said, we want to tack you to the average CPI. So part of what you're seeing here in terms of these annual raises or annual increases is tied to something that we created. It's kind of a structure we created. And for example, if we wanted to go to this idea, look, your contract has to match how it is every year. Because I introduced some things earlier tonight. I'm really worried. I think you're right. I think we've got to be careful. But if we were just going to do with cost of living right now, the first year's increase would be at 4.6 because Anchorage has done fine. Instead, it's at 3. I mean, what we've got here. So what this contract does is it averages those highs and lows, and there's risk in it for both sides. As I looked at it, and I'm telling you, I've been hard. These guys, I've asked them really hard questions. But part of what's gone on here is it's a contract in the constraint of what we've got. What we set up. And there's risks. And then the other thing, I think you raised this question, what's gone on at the police department? And I'd like the administration to explain how many new police officers have we got on at the police department since you got here, Mr. Mayor, no, thank you, Chief. Well, only because I think he raised questions that I would like answered.
I understand, but we're actually trying to get through the public testimony, and so there's questions for this speaker, and then when we're done with the public testimony, those are appropriate questions to ask.
Would you like to know how many police officers we've added?
I would love to know. I would love to know how many.
Could we just have that number? I think it'd be quick. Pardon? 90. So that's part of the growth is we've really increased staff. And I'll talk to you. Actually, I'm interested in talking about that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I'm not allowed to. Thank you.
Well, Doctor, don't leave yet. There's 3 other people with questions. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for coming out, and I really appreciate your testimony. And you've done a lot of research and a lot of homework, and the information is really good information. But I just have one question. Have you ever done a police ride-along? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I have.
You have?
Yes.
Good. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Timmons, good to meet you in person. We exchanged a couple emails.
Yes, sir.
I don't really have a question, just a comment. I'm not sure if I'm more embarrassed of being considered a pay-for-play assembly member or a member of an august body, but thanks to both for the comments. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Osiander.
Your suggestion about having folks other than non-sworn officers is something that we have tried to pursue. We put before the voters, actually, I think it's twice now, some type of flexibility for tickets. And if you recall, this community, we got a reaction. So
I never got a ticket, so.
Well, I applaud that concept. It's been difficult to sell. Oftentimes, though, when I talk to people about it at any length of time, they don't realize the cost involved with that. So I will commit to you that I'm personally very inclined to pursue that. Thank you.
Thank you.
No one else is in the queue. The next speaker is Danny Myron, and I'll just note, as a reminder, we now have a parking garage downtown that is named after the people that were involved in putting forth the initiative that took away our power to have non-sworn officers issue parking tickets. So it's serious culture in our community that we want sworn officers issuing parking tickets, and that comes at a price. Ms. Myron.
Thank you very, very much. My name is Danny Myron, and I work in the records section of the Anchorage Police Department. March 16, 1998 marks my first day on the job at APD. Prior to that, I'd actually worked as a ticket agent at an airlines, and while I thoroughly enjoyed the energy and dynamics of that job, unfortunately, it didn't allow me to...
Come closer to the microphone so we can pick you up better.
Unfortunately, it didn't allow me to make ends meet. Essentially, I was forced to seek alternative employment in order to support my family. When I first started APD, my expectations really were not all that lofty. I figured, like I think so many people do, I thought records. I can push a little paper. I can do this job. It didn't take me long to realize that the role of the records clerk is far more complex than I think we're given credit for. Let me just tell you a little bit about what we do in our records section, some of our responsibilities. First, we do maintain all of the police reports generated by our department. Additionally, we compile the statistical information required to obtain federal grants and funding. We take reports directly from citizens, both over the phone and online. We provide records, research, and requests not only to other members of our department, but also to members of the public, to insurance companies, to outside agencies. We process the arrest reports and the charging documents generated by patrol and forward that information on to the prosecuting agencies. Basically, if we fail in our job, then there are defendants that walk, and that's something none of us want. We monitor the front counter, which means we are the first point of contact for anybody coming to our department with questions or in need of assistance. Obviously, that's very, very important, and we provide a service to our community in that way. But this is just scratching the surface, to be perfectly honest. And the most important discovery that I've made in the 10 years since starting at APD involves the people with whom I work. Someone once asked me what it is that inspires me, and my immediate response was to make a difference. I've given that a lot of thought, and I recognize the truth in that statement. It might sound corny and maybe cliche, but I see greatness in our midst every day. I watch my coworkers extend themselves, not only in my unit, but throughout our department, striving to help people, to make a difference in people's lives, to help our community. And that really inspires me. That really keeps me going. My name is Danny. I'm a wife. I'm a mom. I'm a Southside homeowner. I'm a lifelong Alaskan and a 30-year resident of this city. I'm a shift supervisor with the records section of the Anchorage Police Department. I'm thankful to be able to support my family, and I'm honored to work for an organization comprised of individuals dedicated to make a difference in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Good timing. I don't see anyone with questions. Next on the list is Renee Olstad.
Good evening. My name is Renee Olstad. I'm a lifelong Alaskan and a 12-year veteran of the Anchorage Police Department. I'm a community service officer, and what I do, my main duties comprise of enforcing parking regulations, doing traffic control at accident scenes, and picking up found property. I wear a light blue uniform as opposed to my police officer counterparts who wear dark blue uniforms, but every day I put on a light blue uniform that says police on it. My badge says police, the truck I drive says Anchorage Police Department. And a month and a half after I was cut loose from training, I had a gun pulled on me. So now, like my dark blue shirt counterparts, I also wear a bullet-resistant vest every day that I go to work. It's not just the sworn, but it's your non-sworn as well that put their lives on the line. I actually have a unique position. I am a sworn officer. I have raised my hand and taken the oath promising to serve and protect our community. However, I am treated as non-sworn when it comes to wages, retirements, and benefits. One of the unique and probably the best parts of my job is when I first took my job, I thought, gosh, I'm going to get yelled at all day long, every day, by everybody because I write parking tickets, and who else to hate but somebody like me. But as it turns out, I was completely surprised. For every one person that isn't so happy with me, I have 20 or 30 people that come out of their houses that call me and leave me voicemail messages and say, gosh, thank you so much. We really wanted that junk taken off of our streets. We really wanted that car moved, but we didn't want to bother the police department with such an insignificant little problem. And that's when I get to say, well, guess what? I am the police. This is important. This is the problem that I deal with. By the way, here's my card with my name and my phone number on it. Call me whenever you have this problem, and I will come help you. There is a small part of our community who make bad choices, and as a result of those bad choices, our officers have to deal with them every day, and those are the folks that you read about in the newspaper. Fortunately, a large part of our community actually makes really good choices, and say for an accident or so, we never have to deal with them. But you know what? They're looking for a police presence, too, only in a smaller way. And those are the folks that I talk to, the folks that say, I really like it when I see you drive up and down my street. I really like it when you take care of the junk cars or when you come and pick up this bike that's been dumped in my front yard. I work for the Anchorage Police Department because I thoroughly believe in what I am doing, and I absolutely believe in our mission. And I stay for the stability of the job, for the wages, and for the benefits. I live in a household where I am the sole income in my house, and it's very important that I work at a place where I know that every day I go to work, I'm going to have a job. As long as I behave responsibly and do what I'm supposed to do, my job will be there for me the next day. So I am here today asking for your support because we need your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see anyone with questions. As the next speaker comes up, I am reminded that in the past, when we take up these labor contracts, I actually ask everyone in the audience that is here in support of the contract to please stand. Thank you. You can sit down. Everyone that is here tonight to show their opposition to approval of the contract, please stand. I'm not sure. All right. Thank you all very much. I would know we've got more on the list, but there's not a requirement that everyone testify. Peter Goldberry, next on the list.
Well, I stayed standing since I was in kind opposition to this. My concern is property taxes. First of all, I want to recognize that police officers perform a vital and potentially dangerous role in our community. But I want to put it in perspective with my background. I retired 18 months ago from 37 years of active duty with the U.S. Army as a colonel. I've heard, speaking of the danger in a police officer's life, and this is why I'm emotional. I, too, have had comrades die. Over my career, perhaps 75,000. I've seen the absolute worst that humanity has to offer. I've heard it mentioned that a holiday dinner is missed. How about a year at a time? No birthdays, no holidays, no graduations. Not seeing your wife. Soldiers got it a bit harder, guys. We do. So I want to put some of this in perspective. I understand, I don't have the exact figures, but I understand that with overtime, some of the police officers are making six-figure incomes. In fact, I'm told some of them have incomes that exceed $200,000. So let me put this a little bit in perspective with a soldier. And I'm going to start with some senior soldiers. Lieutenant Colonel with 20 years of active duty earns $107,000 a year. Colonel with 22 years of active duty, $124,000. A Brigadier General, $147,500. In fact, I only know 2 officers in the entire U.S. military that make more than $200,000. One is Lieutenant General Ray Odierno, who is in charge of everything in Iraq, and my friend David Petraeus, who is responsible for everything from Africa to the other side of India. 2. Looking at it at perhaps a lower level, Command Sergeant Major, the most senior paid enlisted man in the Army, he gets $87,800 a year. I bet a lot of our police officers get a lot more than that. Now, I'm retired now, and I'm on a relatively fixed income. I've saved my whole life for this retirement to supplement what the Army gives me. In the last several months, my portfolio has dropped to the point where I am getting $10,000 a year less at a minimum. My income is going down. I don't want my property taxes to go up. Now, I do have a little other income. I bought a couple of fourplexes. I've got 8 tenants. Well, guys, and ladies and gentlemen, if you raise my property taxes, I'm going to have to raise theirs so I can make ends meet on those properties.
Mr. Goldberry, your 3 minutes is up. I'll give you about 15 seconds.
That's about all I need. And oh, by the way, 2 of those tenants have just gotten married. They are military police. They are junior. Together, they earn $58,000 a year.
You've got questions, so Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, I just chimed in to give the gentleman the opportunity to finish what he had to say, but you took care of it.
That was.
But I also wanted to say,
where I was going.
I also wanted to thank you for your service. Thank you very much.
Mr. Flynn also. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir, for coming to speak with us tonight. My question for you, you mentioned the issue of property taxes, and I've had conversations with a lot of people who have concerns about property taxes. Are you, sir, one of the things that this body has occasionally considered is supplanting part of the property tax schedule with a sales tax in Anchorage. Would you support that sort of measure?
You know, some people would say a sales tax is more equitable than a property tax. I don't think it really matters. Everybody's going to get hit. You know, I've got 8 people that are my tenants. They don't pay property taxes directly.
Right.
In reality, they do.
Sure.
So it is spread among everybody.
Okay.
I just know between those 2 buildings and my house, I'm paying $21,000 a year now in property taxes. That's enough.
I pay my fair share, too. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate your comment.
Dr. Selcraig has a question.
Well, everybody's heard over and over from this body is I've appealed my property taxes within the last 5 years, and I think one of the things we all felt was the reevaluation, even more than the actual percentage it went up. We all got, at least in my case, it was evaluated it was assessed at a higher amount. But did you know that for a city our size, we have the lowest property taxes in the country? And that our problem is most places have a whole bunch of places that they get money from to run their government or their city government, but we have one, and it's in property taxes. So back to Mr. Flynn's comment, it's complicated to figure out how you're going to get police and clean streets and, teachers. And, you start adding it up, and it's tough. And we invite you in when we do this budget. What do you cut, and how do you cut it is the big challenge.
Dr. Selcraig, I appreciate your comments about taxes. I grew up in New York City.
Yeah, there you go. So join the team. Give us some thoughts on how to begin to diversify our
The point I am making is to examine this contract and any other contracts that you're looking at to see whether or not salaries and other expenses are out of line with what makes sense.
Yep, that's good advice.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
All right, that's all the questions. Thank you very much for coming down. The next on the list is Jason Rampton. Mr. Rampton.
Mr. Clayman and the rest of the assembly, my name is Jason Rampton. I live in Eagle River. I retired from the Air Force about 7.5 years ago as a lieutenant colonel. Upon retiring, I started a business out in Eagle River. I've worked very hard at that business. And let me preface this with the fact that I have a great deal of respect and admiration for the police, the APD, and the firefighters. They're the best. I know that. I've got a lot of friends behind me. But the question that we have before us is that of dollars. In my business, we started off slowly. We started off gradually. And we built that business over the last 7.5 years. This past year, I've noticed that our revenue, our gross income has decreased by a substantial amount. We have gone down about $50,000 in our receipts this year. As I've talked to other people, other business people out there, I'm finding the same is true in their businesses. I have 7 employees that are dependent upon for their sustenance, for their families, for their wives, for their children, for their families. And the big concern that we have is the taxes. This is going to impact our economy very negatively. I presently pay about $12,000 a year myself in property taxes. And I feel like I'm getting slammed, but I feel for my employees, the 7 people that work for me. I don't want to lose any of them. I don't want to fire or leave any of those out of our business. I feel an obligation to them. But I'm feeling pinched by this economy. Earlier tonight, our mayor said something to the effect that we're not affected as much as other cities. Well, I'm here to tell you that we are affected. We may not be affected as much, but I'm seeing it in my business, and I know that other businesses. I talk to people all day today, and it doesn't matter what business you're talking about, whether you're talking about cabinet makers, whether you're talking about plumbers, or whether you're talking about carpenters or doctors or lawyers. People are seeing a decline in their incomes. People that are in personal, private businesses. The bottom line is we have to tighten our belts. I have to tighten my belt if I'm going to make it. I have to. I don't get a 3.9% increase or a 2.5% increase automatically coming my way. If the income isn't there, I have to cinch my belt up a notch or two and carry on. And that is my advice to you. Please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, very good time. But you have questions. Mrs. Gray Jackson has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for coming out and testifying this evening. I really appreciate it, and I understand your concerns. And the fact that you pay $12,000 in taxes, that's a lot. How many family members do you have?
I have five sons.
In your household? In your household?
They're college students,
Okay.
most of them.
How many in your household?
5. Well, I have one son that's married. The rest are dependent upon us for college.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you. Both you and the previous speaker made very eloquent comments, terrific comments, and they are not facts that are lost on any of us up here. I pay property taxes too, and I can tell you that watching the market over the last few months has brought me close to a heart attack a few times, and I get it, I understand. What happens if we don't pass this contract, and the firefighters as well, from my understandings, it could go to arbitration, and in this case it's binding arbitration. And if the arbitrator finds in favor of the union, this contract could potentially cost us a lot more than the one that's been negotiated by the administration. So in my mind, it's sort of a gamble. So I guess, in all honesty, what I'm struggling with, what I want to know is, from your perspective, is it worth the gamble of turning this contract down, going to arbitration, potentially losing, and potentially coming back costing us a lot more?
Well, I don't know. I've never been involved in arbitration. I, in my profession, am prohibited from joining in a union. So I don't know. But I know this, that we need to tighten our belts. We just flat out, we need to tighten our belts. We can't get blood out of a turnip. There's a limit to what we have. And I'm not just saying this, I'm going to survive, I'll be okay. I'm worried about my employees, though. I'm worried about the husbands and the wives and the kids that are dependent upon me. And I think I'm pretty typical.
Thank you very much. I don't
Thank
have
you.
any other questions. Thank you for coming down. Next on the list is Chris Simmons. And after that will be Slav Markovitz, if Mr. Markovitz could be ready.
My comments will be short, but thanks for the opportunity. My name is Chris Simmons, and I've been a member of the Anchorage Police Department for almost 6 years. Before joining APD, I served 10 years on active duty in the United States Army as an airborne infantryman. During that time, I deployed to Somalia and Haiti with the 10th Mountain Division, and then later served up here with the 501st Parachute Infantry Regiment at Fort Rich. After being hired by APD in 2003, I chose to continue my service and enlisted as a traditional guardsman in the Alaska Army National Guard. Currently, I serve as the first sergeant for an airborne long-range surveillance company. During my time in the National Guard, I've deployed to Korea twice, and in July of 2006 was called to active duty for 15 months to serve in Operation Iraqi Freedom. Additionally, I've been required to maintain the same military education level as my active duty counterparts for promotion and job qualification, and have had to take many hours away from work for military leave to attend leadership in other schools. Under the old contract, and for many years prior to that, APD EA members have been given only 15 days for military leave. Due to the numerous schools and deployments required of us, many of our members have fallen into a leave without pay status, and this can cause financial hardships for their families. In my opinion, this is embarrassing given the fact that the city, through its citizen soldier employees, is receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars in leadership and other training at almost no cost to them. In comparison, there were 3 soldiers who voluntarily served with our unit last year that were also members of the New York Police Department. These members were given 40 hours a week of straight time pay by the NYPD in addition to their military pay to ensure that their employees would not undergo financial hardships while they were away. This from a 40,000-plus member department. Our contract doesn't require any commitment as large as those shouldered by NYPD, but it does give the employees a helping hand while at the same time giving you the opportunity to support your citizen soldiers. Under the proposed contract, our military members actively serving their state and country will have the opportunity to use annual leave and defer the cost of their military service while they're away, rather than using the old complex military formula that actually took money back from the members. As a first sergeant, it's my job to take care of my soldiers, and this is the best opportunity I've seen from the city to do that. Thanks.
Thank you very much for coming down. Next on the list is Slav Markovits. Mr. Markovits.
My name is Slav Markovits, and I have worked for the Anchorage Police Department for 19 years. I just started my 20th year with APD. Currently, I'm a sergeant in the homicide unit. I'm married, I have 2 children, I have an engineering degree, and I also have a criminal justice degree that I obtained while working for APD. Tonight I would like to say a few words about the city's contract with its police employees. That contract is the product of hard negotiations which took place over a period of many months. It is my understanding that both sides have had to compromise on many points, which is normal in every negotiating process. This contract has been negotiated in good faith under guidelines set up by the Assembly, the guidelines which directed the administration to tie wages to inflation. In my 19 years of service, I remember budget, hiring, and salary freezes at APD during the late 80s and early 90s. Due to the budget and hiring freezes, my police academy of 1989 was the first one in 4 years. We had a shortage of officers on every shift. We worked in the streets short of officers. Some units were totally disbanded, like traffic at the time. APD became a reactive rather than proactive police department. I remember working nights when there were only 13 police officers on the streets during the shift. And I don't think it was a coincidence that in 5 years the number of homicides first doubled and then tripled, going from 10 in 1989 and 1990 to over 30 in 1995. We have come a long way since those days. The contract that we are talking about tonight is a 5-year contract. The 5-year duration of the contract ensures stability, helps financial planning, and does not force the sides to start new negotiations during the next few years. A 5-year agreement is actually fairly common both in public safety and in private corporations. For example, Sacramento PD and Boeing Corporation have 5-year contracts, while Oakland PD, Long Beach PD, and FedEx have 4-year contracts. In my unit, the homicide unit, detectives are available 24 hours a day. They all carry cell phones with them during their time off, and they dutifully come out for call-outs whenever required to do so, regardless of the hour of day or night. The same thing happens with the detectives from Special Victims Unit, Crimes Against Children Unit, Robbery Assault Unit, and other detective units. There is actually no contractual requirement for detectives to be available and to have the phones with them all the time, but they do that time and time again. Right. I know I'm running out of time.
Do you want to take about 15 seconds to conclude?
Okay, I just want to say that I do not agree with the speaker who said that the Anchorage police officers are not worth the money they are paid. It is my understanding that negotiating teams looked at other cities, and our wages are comparable with other cities and departments.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Question?
Do you have any information, any comparables right with you right now that you can reference?
About hard figures about wages?
Yes.
No, it's just the information that I have that we are not that different from other departments of the
Okay, it would be nice if somebody else was going to speak of that.
I'm sure someone will.
I'm just curious. I've asked for it and I haven't seen it. Thank you. Is that readable? I don't need that. I can maybe just be passed.
I think I'll have to study it for a few minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the list is Bob Gill. And I'd note we're hearing much of the same. There is not a requirement, although you're on the list, you are not required to speak. And we've seen a showing of the people that are in support, so don't feel compelled. But if you want to speak, it is your right, and we will listen with great interest.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. I'm in favor of this contract.
Remind us of your name.
My name is Bob Gill, G-I-L-L, spelled just like a fish gill. I'm in favor of this contract. I think it was fairly negotiated. I think there's an implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing in all Alaska contracts. It seems to me that they gave up a Cadillac health plan in exchange for a Chevy health plan. They also made some other concessions in terms of by negotiating a long-term contract, they would not go to interest arbitration every year. Unions do that more than municipalities, and they're a little experienced. And as Mr. Gutierrez said earlier, it could, you take a risk of the dice, a well-prepared interest arbitration, the police department could win, and the contract might even be higher. I think they deserve fair wages. My contacts with the police department have been very good. Chief Hune has responded very well anytime I've had traffic concerns as a community council president. My neighbor, Tim McCulley, when I had rheumatoid arthritis really bad, plowed up my driveway for 2 years so my wife could go to work every day. So as far as the Anchorage Police Department, I think they have quality people, and I'd like to see it stay that way. And if by providing a 5-year contract that gives them some predictability and regularity as far as their wages, hours, and working conditions, I think that's a good thing. And I don't see this as a Cadillac contract. I see it as a fair contract. And if you, as I said, the municipality might spend all sorts of money on interest arbitrations. And with all due respect, I think the union has the advantage in interest arbitrations because they do them every day. When you go to buy a car, the person who sells you a car has a much greater advantage than you do. He does it every day. You may have one way to buy a car. He may have 10 ways to sell you a car. Well, an interest arbitration is a wide open process, and someone who's skillful at preparing it will prevail more times than not. And as I said, unions are better prepared than management many times because they do it more often. The same way you may buy a car once or twice, but a salesman may sell cars 100 times. So that's basically the way I feel. I feel it's a fair contract. I don't think you're giving away the store. I think there are no guarantees in life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions. Thank you for being right on time. Next is Neil Nichols. Mr. Nichols.
Neil Nichols, 13-year resident of Eagle River. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Ironically, some of the cities the APDEA has used for wage comparisons are now bankrupt, all unable to raise taxes as quickly as needed to cover their rising labor costs. Good business requires foresight, mending the roof before it starts raining, and it requires controlling costs. Coping with this deepening recession, businesses have focused on controlling their labor costs. The airlines, for example, which I work for, will only consider cost-neutral proposals from labor. Unlike, I hate to say it, but this Cadillac contract. Yet we meet tonight over increasing the cost of our police almost 30% over the next 5 years, while now paying almost 40% more than we did 5 years ago. Now, the population of Anchorage has only increased about 1% since 2002, yet the cost of providing police service has gone from $48 million to now $81 million. This increase is the highest in the nation. The sharp increase in the cost of local government, of which this is a part, has people worried It strikes a primal nerve in that it directly threatens their ability to continue living in their own homes. These figures are staggering and steer our community toward the dangers which have bankrupted other cities. People are talking. We know you're writing checks that we can't cash, except with our home equity, and sometimes, tragically, tax foreclosures. Now, we wait to see what is going to happen at this interval. Are you going to exercise foresight? Or are you going to make the people of Anchorage pay more for their police protection than any other such city in America? Thank you.
Hold on, Mr. Gutierrez has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. You always come armed with facts and figures, and you speak very eloquently, and I appreciate that. I have a couple of questions. The unions you talk about in your industry, are they subject to binding arbitration?
We have been subject to binding arbitration, yes, and we avoid it at all costs.
Because, the Assembly, as we sit here, we don't have the ability, sorry, I have a frog in my throat tonight. We don't have the ability to say, no, Mr. Mayor, you have to reduce this contract by X number of dollars. We only can say yes or no. And then if we say no, it's up to the mayor to go back to the bargaining table. And again, if it ends up in binding arbitration, it could end up costing us much more than this deal that's been negotiated. And I share your trepidation with the future and what other speakers have said. So I guess I need to ask you the same question. Are you willing? Do you want us to roll the dice and see what happens?
This is the next elected mayor's business. These contracts are not even due to expire presently. The fear of what may come from binding arbitration, I don't think are realistic fears, because the APDEA is on top of the list of police departments nationwide. The comparisons that would be drawn in binding arbitration would only stand to lower the expense of this contract, in my opinion, having looked into it.
So you're willing for us to roll the dice?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
It's the next mayor's business.
All right, Dr. Selcraig has...
I was curious. I have been asking, and I think it was in a packet at one point, but I couldn't find it yesterday, the comparisons for pay, and actually I have it in my hand right now. And what, in terms of comparisons for bankruptcy, which of the communities are you talking about? Are you talking
in the
about
past,
Vegas?
Vallejo, California has been used, Isla Buena, Buena Vista. Just to give you a few, Phoenix, nearing the point of inability to cover their rising health care costs because of labor contracts. Chicago, New York City.
Okay.
Look into San Francisco. You'll see some staggering figures there.
I'm looking at the list that they provided us and that you referenced, and I don't believe, I believe actually there's one community on the list that is in trouble, and it's Las Vegas, and that has a lot to do with the fact that they've had so many foreclosures. I don't think it's like, so anyhow, I think it's, what worries me sometimes, and I think we want to be cautious about, is, the list they provided us anyhow. Have you seen it?
I would like to see that. And who provided you those numbers?
They were provided.
The APDEA?
I asked for comparison.
There you go.
Okay, well, thank you. Thanks very much.
The budget.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
5 years ago, 432 presently.
I'm sorry. You've asked the question. You've answered the question.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor has a question. You've had your 3 minutes. Mr. Mayor has a question.
I want to correct one thing, Ms. Selkirk. That list is our list. And this is a compensation list, but I want to make sure, because I know you said we were at the top. I'll give you a copy of this.
We're near the top.
Okay. You've modified your statement. That's one of the problems.
We can't speak in absolutes. We're near the top.
Thank you for that. I'm just going to make a comment, and I'll give you this, because I know you did speak in absolutes several times, so I want to give you this because the accuracy of statements is important, and we're not at the top when it comes to police pay and total package. That's everything, and I'll be happy to share that with you, because I think it's important when you speak about the issues that the facts are accurate. That's all I want to say.
I would love to see some comforting data.
He will bring you the sheet. And the next speaker on the list is Jim Burkhart, and I apologize if I'm getting the name wrong.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Assembly, my name is Jim Butchart. I am a 26-year resident of Eagle River, and I've got about 40 years of public service under my belt. I'm here to request the Assembly vote no on this contract. A lot of the reasons have already been stated, so I'll put it in a little different light. To me and a lot of my acquaintances, for us to approve a 5-year contract with guaranteed wage increases with no contract clause for renegotiation is irresponsible in this day and time, particularly when there's 6 months remaining on the existing contract. An unanswered question that I haven't had, couldn't get the answer to, is why is there such a rush to approve these contracts for both the police and the fire side of the house when there, as I understand it, 6 months remaining on those contracts? What this does to me, it gives me the appearance that the mayor's office is giving political payback to the unions for his support. Now, we've talked about what the police and the fire department get. I think we have great people. Chief Hune is a friend of mine. Chief Goodrich is a neighbor of mine. I've worked with these folks for years. But if the police and fire department wage increases is a priority for this municipality, I, as a taxpayer, want to know what is the muni willing to give up to keep this revenue neutral. I have absolutely no problem with an increase for police and fire. What I, as a homeowner and a taxpayer, am quite honestly tired of is a never-ending increase in property tax. I have X amount of revenue coming in. That means I can have X amount of revenue go out. I want to see this municipality with an absolute tax cap so that we know what we can spend and live within it. And now once you have that, then it's a matter of prioritization. If we want expensive fire and police protection, that's fine. But what are we willing to give up? So with those comments, what I respectfully request is that the Assembly vote no on this contract at this time. Vote no, let the new incoming mayor negotiate the new contract. Let's see what the financial situation is in the next 4 to 6 months. Thank you.
Hold on. The mayor has a question. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Chairman, it's a comment because you said it and I'm going to respond because I've heard it enough from people tonight. And that is the continual comment that somehow these contracts are political payback. Sir, let me just say a statement, and that is the reason these contracts, they just didn't happen yesterday, these negotiations. They've been in a process like many other contracts. We felt, just as the union did, the opportunity to talk about the wage issue. That's why it's in front of us. And for you and others to continue to insinuate that there's some swapping here, or the gentleman earlier on that says Chicago politics, is really a shame. And I just want to make that statement to you because in this contract, and you'll hear more about it later, it's a fair contract. It is one that we would be starting negotiations last month because when the contract expires, you don't start then, you start earlier. And so that's what we're doing. And we've done it because it's the right decision to make in the long-term picture and making a long-term contract. So I know there's a lot of jawboning on the talk radio about this in the sense of political this and political that. It's just not, sir. And I'm just going to tell you that here. And I just want to make that statement. I've been patient tonight listening to the comments like that. Right. Let's keep to the facts of the contract. And that's what we should do.
Thank you. Dr. Selkirk has a question for you, sir. Go ahead.
I think there's two issues. There's a couple issues you raised, and one I wanted to just talk to you. I think there's the distinction of why the contract was made, and I think that the mayor has addressed that. I think the other issue for me as a member who's sitting here is the negotiations have occurred. The contract is before us. Our choice in a situation of collective bargaining is to review it, and so or we go to arbitration. So we're at that point, so And the real issue tonight is the contract. And so I guess I'm wondering is that you've referred to this contract as, higher end, and the information that we've been provided, did you know where we sit from Baker, if you can consider Bakersfield, Eugene, Las Vegas, Oakland, Phoenix, Portland, Reno, Salem, San Francisco, San Jose, Seattle, and Tacoma, we're below all of them. And I'm just wondering, are you aware that we've invested in new recruits and new cadets, and that they get trained, and it's hard for us to keep them sometimes because there are these signing bonuses in other communities?
Absolutely.
Okay, and so I really appreciated your comment about where are we going to cut, because I think we do have to cut. But would you be cutting considering what you presented, would you cut police and fire? Is that where you would? Do you think that's where we need to be cutting?
No, I'm not suggesting that, nor am I suggesting that this is a bad contract.
Okay.
But what I'm saying, if my comments were misinterpreted, is that if we have 6 months left on this contract, that means we have 6 months left to work on it, and I realize that it may take that length of time to negotiate it. What I'm opposed to is a 5-year contract with guaranteed wage increases with no provision for renegotiation if the economy gets worse than it does. And secondly, Mr. Mayor, still, no one has answered the question.
Hold on. You get to respond to her question.
Okay.
You're not.
Okay. Do you know?
Get a chance to respond to him.
Did you know that in 2004, I believe it was in 2004, the things weren't so good economically, and even though the police and fire were promised through a contract a wage increase, they didn't take anything that year?
I'm not aware of those details.
And do you know that they stood up tonight and told us that they'd do the same thing if we were in that situation?
What I heard is they would.
Or maybe it was 2006.
But it would not.
Yeah.
Excuse me, ma'am. It would not be a contractual necessity.
Right. That's right. Thank you.
If I can ask one question that has not been answered yet.
That's okay. You're not out here to ask questions. You're here to answer.
All right.
You have 3 people with questions, so you've got many opportunities. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for coming out this evening. 2 questions. How much do you pay in property taxes?
Well, my 2 pieces of property, about $11,000 a year.
And how many people live in your household?
I have 2 in my household and 1 piece of rental property.
Thank you.
Mr. Starr.
Well, it's not for the speaker, but perhaps the mayor's talking about the accurate facts. I don't have the wage comparison that you're talking about, and I believe, Mr. Mayor, it's the Milliman study that you're referring to, and that data was 2007. So if you have more accurate information, I'd sure appreciate it, too. So thank you.
I'd actually ask the administration.
Being passed out right now.
They're passing it on. Okay. Ms. Osiander has a question.
Actually, it's not a question so much as I hesitate to say apology, but one of the things that concerned me before I was elected to this body is I witnessed assembly members debating and browbeating people who came here to speak. And I personally think that no matter if I agree with you or disagree with you, I should not argue with you from a position where I'm sitting up here and you're down there. So, just my apologies, sir.
I actually had a couple of questions because you referred that you thought we should have an absolute tax cap, and in your comments you said you thought we should have an absolute tax cap, and I was curious because we currently have a tax cap. Part of that tax cap is that it can be adjusted, it gets adjusted annually by the cost of living index. Do you think it's appropriate to have our tax cap adjusted by cost of living annually? I mean, obviously if cost of living goes down, tax cap will go down. It goes up, but what is your view on that?
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay. And then the second part is, part of our tax cap is that if there are voter-approved bonds, meaning it goes in front of the public, and they vote to add a bond to the property tax burden, do you have a problem with us increasing the tax cap based on a public vote that increases it by whatever amount the public votes for?
If the residents of the municipality want to raise the tax cap and it goes through the public process, then certainly it would be fine. And I don't know enough about the budget, but I know there were some things moved out from underneath the tax cap in the past that does bring in revenue to the municipality. But if those were brought back under the tax cap, that in my understanding, that would reduce the property tax.
Okay. I appreciate your comments on that, and I appreciate all your comments tonight. Thank you for coming down.
May I ask one other question, because neither the Assembly nor the Mayor answered this question, and that is, why are we in a rush to approve this contract tonight when there's 6 months left on it?
Well, that's something you can hear. I suspect that'll be raised during debate, and hopefully you'll get our individual members to answer that. Ms. Osiander actually has a follow-up question.
No, I didn't.
Oh, I apologize. Your name was in the queue. All right. Thank you very much. Hopefully in debate your question will be answered. Next is Tom Scripps.
Tom had to leave, so he asked me to speak for him.
That's fine.
That's fine.
It's a public hearing. You don't have to be on the list.
All right.
Other people can come and testify.
I asked this body...
Oh, you need to tell us your name.
My name is Adam Trombley.
Thank you.
I asked this body, is it right to give some a raise while others lose their homes because they can't pay the property tax on it? You know, we're told every single year that our taxes go up, that we have to do with less. Yet government, how often do they say, no, we have to do with less? That rarely ever occurs. You know, liberty is the soul's right to breathe, and with every tax, we're choked. Our ability to make choices to better our families financially slowly erodes away. And to put it simply, I asked this body to return to what made this country great. And it wasn't a body's ability to tax their citizens, but to more or less get out of the way.
Thank you very much. The next person on the list is Mike Couturier. Mr. Couturier.
Evening. My name is Sergeant Mike Couturier. I'm Anchorage Police Department. I'm a retired Army veteran. I've been told I don't have a lot of time here. I'm a retired Army guy, and 12 years with the Anchorage Police Department, presently in charge of recruiting. I have 2 different staffs, recruiting and background investigations. Recruiting is not going well, and we're all patting ourselves on the back because we got 90 new officers. It took 5 years and thousands of dollars, and it's still not going well. We have the biggest academy we've ever had right now, 36. We had to process over 2,000 applications to get to that. No, we had to test over 2,000 people, process over 4,000 applications to get to that, because you want quality people carrying your guns and going to your houses, and you want quality people conducting CPR on your folks, and you know, we're just not going to accept anything less than that, and neither are you, I know. Recruiting is not going well. Our competition is climbing up on us, with Seattle getting 24-25%, Hawaii getting 24-25% with hiring bonuses. We're working very hard, and yep, over 5 years we grew 90 officers. Recruiting is not going well. We need your help. Don't need to be, you heard a lot of great speakers tonight talking to you emotionally about their career and how they feel about what they do, and just as much passion about how maybe this contract shouldn't go through. I'm just going to tell you from a business aspect, recruiting is not going well. It's costing us a lot of money, and we need your help if we're going to maintain the numbers and grow a department that can serve 270,000 people. I'd appreciate your help. And I'm ready for your questions, which I think you have a few.
Actually, Ms. Osiander starts the questioning.
I don't know if you're the right person to ask this, so if not, tell me.
Yes, ma'am.
We have supported the long-range plan.
Yes, ma'am.
We have recognized the need for recruitment and tried our best, I think, as a body, both this group and the group that was before, to do that. My understanding of the cost of this contract, which has varied every single day in the last week.
I'm sure.
My understanding now is that for the 09 budget, which we just approved, there is a $388,000 shortfall from police, in that this contract will cost us more than we budgeted. The administration has told us through memos, so I haven't had a chance to talk to them, that APD is just going to eat that. What do you think that's going to do to recruitment?
You're right, I'm not the right guy to answer that.
Okay.
That's very astute.
Ms. Osiander, I'm sure he's testified before, and usually the judge says you have to answer the question.
That was an excellent question.
I know, but he's a recruitment guy, and so I just want to put it out there. Thanks.
It was an excellent question.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Your candor is very much appreciated there.
Thank you, sir.
A few years ago, I worked in the State Department of Labor, and we were seeing a shortage of nurses in the state, and we were having the same problem. You know, we get a lot of applicants, but we wanted quality. And so it was hard to get quality applicants through, and somebody came up with a bright idea, said, well, let's just lower the standards. A really, really dumb idea. And we're talking about people now in your profession who are allowed to carry a firearm in public and allowed to use deadly force when they deem necessary. And I agree with your desire to have the highest quality people possible, and I know that sometimes it's probably going to hinder your recruitment. Of hindrances, of the things that you find, whether it's recruiting in-state or out-of-state, or in particular, trying to bring those people who would be, I guess, lateral transfers, people who are already sworn officers working in some other jurisdiction. Is there a single biggest hurdle, or what are the biggest hurdles?
The hurdles are many, and it's a blend in the end. Poor financial responsibility demonstrated, high risk-taking in their personal and professional behavior, poor work history, relationship issues on and off duty.
No, let me clarify.
Okay.
I don't mean what's the hurdle for them being accepted by you. I mean, of those people you would accept to work in our department, what keeps them from coming here?
Please bear with me on the answer. The answer starts with what we had to change. We, like most police departments out there, started with a recruitment program that talked about our pay and benefits package. It took me about 18 months to get it through my head that we were going down the wrong road, because we lose. Mm-hmm. What we now sell, relatively successfully, is Anchorage, the city, and Alaska, the state. You go on joinapd.org and look at the website. You'll see very little COP and a whole lot of Anchorage, very little COP and a whole lot of Alaska. You'll see us out fishing, because that's what we're selling, because our wages and benefits are, if not just comparable, less than. And it costs more to live here, like many of your residents told you, and they're away from their extended families if they're out-of-staters. And if they're in-staters, they're already thinking of moving.
Okay. Thank you. That answers.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Starr has a question.
Mr. Starr.
Two, actually.
Yes,
the wage comparison speaks to Seattle, and we're almost neck and neck in total compensation. There's $3 difference between us and Seattle. Mm-hmm. The Seattle City police officers are now the highest paid public employees in the state of Washington. You read that as well, and it happened fairly recently with their last contract negotiations. They've now become the highest paid employees in the public sector.
So are they the highest paid? I don't mean to ask you questions, but I just want to clarify. Are they the highest paid employees in the state, or are they the highest paid police officers in the state?
They're the highest paid public employees in the state.
Public employees.
That's correct.
So we are competing with both sectors, just to remind you.
Yeah. Is that where we need to go as well? I mean, because we're not there yet, as near as I can tell. There's other people in other jobs. IBW is higher. MMLP is higher. Do we need to go to those levels? Is that what you're going to say it requires to competitively recruit?
No, sir. Actually, I'm not, and that may be surprising to you. We're not. I'll speak for myself. I'm sorry. I'm not looking for the highest wage. I'm looking for the highest quality of work and the highest, the city that represents what my desires are as far as the city is concerned. I have people, like many of the folks you heard of tonight, people come up all the time and thank me for what I do. I'm getting to the point that, I don't need the highest wage. I need longevity.
As a recruiter, do we make muster? I mean, with the packages that you're seeing in the new contract, are we getting there? Are you starting able to compete when you say it's not going well? Again, with what I saw this year, we gave our police officers a 4% increase, and we're coming back to the table early. Are we getting it, or is this not going to do it either?
I think what people want right now is what they can't have nationally, and that's at least a short-term future assurance that if I'm going to go down this risky road with you, which is for us is about an 18-month risky road of probation, am I going to make it or not? In most of our jobs, 6 months, 12 months, or 18 months is what it takes before you even know if you get to stay.
Yeah.
They're looking for some long-term security of, okay, I can go there, I can take this risk, I can afford to go down this road professionally.
They still get washed, though, and you're saying there's still that inherent risk about moving away from the family and all the other stuff, too. So.
The extended family, yes. Our fall rate, sir, is a third.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know.
A third. And I'm telling you folks that that's expensive, and to go, and that's with super high standards, it's a third.
Let me ask you a little bit off topic. You're on the board, is that right? You're still on the e-board?
I'm just going to be on the e-board this coming January. I'm not on the executive board, nor am I an executive member at this point.
Let's say you became union president. Are you in that running? I mean, you're fairly senior. I've seen your name up there a fair amount. Are you?
I have not run for union president, no.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Osiander.
Ms. Osiander passes.
Here she comes.
While she's coming back, I'll ask you a couple of questions, Mr. Couture. First is, have we been able to recruit officers away from the state troopers in the last 2 years?
Well, so you sort of cheated and asked me that earlier, and I gave you a quick answer, but then I went and did homework, so I'm going to give you an accurate answer. In the last 2 years, we've hired 4 troopers. And no, none of our officers that I know of went to the troopers. Right. 2 of those troopers are no longer with us. 2 of them are. One went to Vegas as a police officer, and the other one, it didn't work out.
All right. Well, okay, so we in terms of troopers are leaving troopers to come work for us, not necessarily lots, but some, and none of the APD officers are going to the troopers, correct?
If that's a question, they have over 300 troopers, 4 in the last 2 years, sir. Don't think it's significant.
Thank you. Ms. Osiander does have a question.
No, sir, it's to you. You called me when I walked out of the room. I saw Mrs. Como walk out. We need to deal with the school site selection tonight. That's why I wanted to confirm. That's all. It's an aside. Pardon me.
That's fine. You didn't have a question for this speaker?
No, I already asked my question.
Oh, okay. Well, you were in the queue is why I called you.
You didn't take me out, sir.
I don't know how it happened. Okay. No other questions for you, Mr. Couture.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
The last person on the list. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this? Okay, we've got a lot on the agenda, and if you feel like you're repeating what others have said, I mean, your right is to come and be heard, but you don't necessarily need to repeat everything that's been said. I would also note that Mr. Traney, I think, has joined us, former Assembly member. Welcome back to the chambers if you're in here. If you want to be heard on this, please get in line so we know you're here. Go ahead, sir, and let us know your name.
My name is Ken Spatafor. I've been a police officer up here for a little over 30 years. I started in 1978. I've been a supervisor for over 16 of those years. I've heard a lot of, one of the things I'm up here for is I haven't heard anybody, you're talking about one side of this overtime issue. There's 2 sides of this seniority. And as a supervisor, I've been responsible for making sure we have officers to fill a shift, go out on rape call-outs, sexual assault call-outs, homicide call-outs. I work just about every unit and assignment in this department you can work over these years. One of the philosophies that I follow as a supervisor and leader is I'd rather have a volunteer going out in these stressful situations than a draftee. This seniority issue that some people don't seem to be happy with is a double-edged sword. After the junior employees have paid their dues, so to speak, they slowly, and it takes a lot of years, earn the right to turn down overtime. We have some high-paid officers with overtime, but they earn it. They're also in the minority. There's a lot of officers, and I think you heard a couple tonight, that don't want to be called out. And the longer they work here, the more secure they are in being able to turn that down. In other words, they get to stay home on the holidays. They don't have to get up in the middle of the night. They've earned that right. When cops are new, same in the fire department, they don't have that right. They have to pay their dues. And this seniority is a good management tool. Most of that overtime is going to get paid anyway because somebody needs to do that job. But We have people with guns out there. We have people that are charged that can take people's freedom and liberty away. And the last thing I want is to tell somebody, you have to come in when they don't want to come in, especially somebody who's been here for 20 years that's earned the right to not come in. There was one other point somebody covered here about the officers maybe not having enough time to review the contract. The reason it doesn't take much time is because a lot of these officers have been here contract after contract, and the contract slowly changes. What they do is when they go in for these reviews, they look at the changes. Most of the contract doesn't change, but there's a lot of issues that did. So there shouldn't be any meaning put behind this if the officer only had a couple hours. I can look at these contracts in about 10 minutes and find out what the changes are and make up my mind. So those are a couple of issues that weren't covered. I want to make sure we're covered. So if anybody has any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Nope, we don't have any questions, but thank you very much for coming down. Two people are in line, and those are the last two. We're going to close the public hearing after the man in the yellow shirt. Please go ahead.
Yes, Chairman Klingon and members of the Assembly, I appreciate the time you're taking to listen to us all. I know that you have many items on your agenda, but obviously this is important to many members of the community. I, too, am a homeowner in Anchorage. I'm a taxpayer. By the way, my name is Bruce Gazaway. I'm sorry about that. One thing I wanted to make a point as a citizen here. I really supported the mayor's comment here about some of these innuendos and charges and speculations, these ludicrous speculations about people's motives. I don't believe we have any right to judge your motives here, and I appreciate which way you stand on this issue, that there's a great deal of diligence and a great deal of concern and patience on your part to hear us out, and I appreciate that. However, as a taxpayer, I strongly support this contract. I'm not one that's going to be affected by it, but I happen to believe that we need to invest in our community. You need to invest in our workforce, and I think that having a 5-year contract, I think that's a great stroke. I think that gives us stability in the workplace. People have talked about how we don't know what the future is, but as a person who lived in Alaska in the 1980s, I can tell you there's no guarantees about our financial future. I can't remember a time when we were guaranteed what next year was going to bring us. We have lived through many times of financial trouble in the past. We will live in times of financial trouble in the future, and who knows what next year is going to be. So I really strongly urge you to support a 5-year contract. I think this is a good contract. I think it's a fair contract. And I think this is the kind of investment we need to make in the policemen who are working for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. All right, our last person to testify on this contract. Go ahead, sir, and let us know.
My name is Jed Whitaker. I don't think I've seen so many police officers in one place since I participated with Greenpeace when the Whaling Commission was in town. And, on my street, which is 26th, I watched the other night 3 officers perform a field sobriety test. And I have observed over the years that it takes many police officers, it seems, to do a job, a given incident. But the thing that is contractual in nature that I wish to speak about is the roughly $130,000 that the Muni is going to be paying for the union rep. And I don't think that's appropriate. And I'm a union man. I belong to the labor's union. But we pay our personnel through our dues. And if it's a full-time job to represent the APDEA individual grievances, then it ought to be paid out of the dues, not the municipality. And I also agree with the comment made by an individual here earlier that, yes, I do believe it's up to the next mayor to negotiate this contract. I think this is premature. I don't see why it can't be held off. And I think it's unfortunate that it has to go to binding arbitration if you do turn it down. But given the circumstances of the economy, that some items might be worthy of a second look. And I know you deferred that question of the $130,000 for the union rep because the police officer in question would have to give up his overtime. But Well, you know, there's an awful lot of other municipal employees that don't make $130,000 a year, and I'm still waiting for a living wage ordinance so that everybody in Anchorage can afford to live here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. No one has any questions, and as the last speaker, the public hearing is now closed. What's the wish of the body? Moved and seconded to approve. Mr. Starr, you're in the queue. Go ahead.
I was actually going to request, before you press the gavel, to keep the public hearing open, because I was going to propose that we delay a decision until April 14th. And I'd appreciate the ability to talk to my constituents on terms for why. It can be handled pretty easily.
Well, I had announced earlier that I would be closing the public hearing after the last speaker, so I have closed the public hearing. You can certainly
The contract doesn't comply with the municipal code, sir.
Mr. Starr, if you would like to move to reopen the public hearing, you can certainly make that motion.
I'd like to make a motion to postpone action on this item until April 14th.
Is there a second to postpone until April 14th? Moved and seconded. Mr. Begich, did you want to speak to the motion to postpone to April 14th?
Mr. Chairman, I was in the queue for the bigger question, but now that I'm in the queue, I'll answer. Well, obviously, I think that's, I would oppose the idea of dealing with this on April 14th. And I want to read, because the gentleman asked the question, why are we doing this contract now and why should we do it now, which goes to the reason why you should not postpone it. I'm going to just read you one section of the existing contract, which is, talks about wages and so forth. But January 1, 2009, if I get anything wrong here, Lisa will quickly correct me. The parties agreed to reopen this agreement for the purposes of a wage adjustment to be effective January 1, 2009. The parties shall begin negotiations for the wage adjustment within 30 days of January 1st, 2007. In the event for the parties unable to agree on the wage adjustment, the dispute shall be submitted to binding arbitration pursuant to Anchorage Municipal Code 3.70. For all the people that wonder why we're here, it's because that's the contract requires us to be here. It also requires us to deal with this wage issue, Mr. Starr, by January 1, 2009. The reason we have a much broader perspective in the sense of the contract because we couldn't come to an agreement on that specific issue, which then would have forced us into binding arbitration on the wage. So the contract opened up. We had items that we wanted in regards to more efficiencies, work rules, as well as medical issues, and that's why we are here today. So people who believe there's a conspiracy out there, we are following the code. Actually, we didn't start negotiations in earnest until May of 2008 because we wanted to give some more time to see the economic conditions because we felt 2007 January was too far out, 2 years out, was too far to determine a wage adjustment. So I would oppose the idea of delay. Let's deal with it. If you don't like it, just vote no, and let's move on.
All right, Ms. Johnston, as to the motion to postpone action until April 14. Mr. Starr, as to the motion to postpone.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate your acknowledgement on the contract language and specifics. Again, I've been beating this drum about compliance with municipal code. And I'll read to you what municipal code says, and it's not to be flippant or arrogant, it's just that the procedure is to comply with code, and we're not, and I'll explain to you why. 370.020 is the municipal code language. It speaks to declaration of policy. There's a general statement, and then there's a B statement that says communications policy, and this is the code language. It is also the policy of the municipality that continuing communications shall be promoted between the municipality and employee representatives, and no collective bargaining agreement will be ratified by the Assembly unless it contains, as a part of the agreement, the following, and it's in quotes. The parties agree that they will meet and confer in good faith at reasonable times and places concerning this agreement, and its interpretation or any other matter of mutual concern to employee representatives and the municipality. The parties further agree that either party may request in writing, delivered to the other, that parties confer within 14 days after the date of delivery of the request, which shall specify the matter to be discussed. An unexcusable refusal to meet and confer in response to such request shall be a violation of this agreement. There shall be no obligation on the part of either party to reopen, modify, amend, or otherwise alter the terminology or interpretation of this agreement or to make any other agreement as a result of any such conferences, nor shall the requirement for such conferences alter the rights or obligations of the party under this agreement, unquote. That language is not in this contract. Per this code, 370.020, this language needs to be in the contract.
Thank you. Ms. Osiander.
I guess the question in response to administration, from the legal perspective, does this language need to be in the contract?
Mr. Reeves.
Well, Mr. Starr, through the chair, I obviously haven't had a chance to look at this. This is the first time I've heard the question. But I believe the answer must be that the code requirement applies regardless of whether the provision is included in the contract. And including it in the contract is simply a mechanism to ensure that people are aware of it. So I would say, as my preliminary response to your question, that the perhaps inadvertent failure to include it in the contract is legally insignificant. But if it were fortification for you to include it in the contract, then I suppose that could be done.
Well, it isn't for me, sir. I think the fortification of the contract is speaking to municipal code. And what I've interpreted in the last 3 or 4 weeks, no offense, Mr. Mayor, is that the code is starting to become advisory. And, you know, maybe I'm the ideological one here that wants to refer to the laws that we have on the books, but this says that this language, in parentheses, or in quotes rather, will be in the contract, and it is not. This also, you know, speaks to the greater issue about compliance to the side agreements and all the other verbiage that we're bound to under this code. So are we going to follow the municipal code and insert the language in the contract?
Mr. Begich is in the queue, I suppose, to respond to Mr. Starr, but I understand the advice that we received from municipal council is that although it may not be in the contract, that the code language is binding on this body and binding on the administration, and that provision is incorporated in the contract, even if the specific language is not. That's the legal advice I'm hearing.
Then why does the code say it should be worded exactly this way in the contract?
Mr. Begich, did you want to respond further, or are you? Okay.
Well, then I'm going to refrain because here's my situation on voting. I do not want to violate municipal code.
Well, your advice from municipal council is you won't be. You don't have to agree with the advice of council, but that's the advice you've received from council. Anyone else as to the motion to postpone to April 14? Ms. Osiander, go ahead.
Well, several things, sir. First off, on Mr. Starr's point, Mr. Reeves, my understanding is if there is a contractual obligation, the city is bound to continue the contractual obligation even if a code provision states otherwise. Is that wrong?
Ms. Osiander, through the chair, as I said, it's a new question. I've never seen it before. I haven't reviewed the code. But if I understand Mr. Starr, there is a provision of the code that mentions the meet and confer obligation and states that there should be a reference in the contract to that meet and confer obligation. That's in general what I understood from your question. And evidently, the problem you've identified is that this provision in the code is not mentioned in the contract. My answer to you is that
my issue is meet and confer I'm sorry, Mr. Starr, but the question.
My answer to you is that
you need to be respectful of the process.
If there is a meet and confer obligation,
chair, sir, then I don't need
Mr. Starr, you can put yourself in the queue if you want an opportunity to speak again. Mr. Reeves was speaking, and you'll be respectful, please.
If there is a meet and confer obligation imposed by law, that obligation exists regardless of whether it is mentioned in the agreement. And therefore, I think that the omission of this provision, if it is a provision that should be there but isn't, is not legally significant.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I had some remarks I wanted to make as a prelude to a motion that I wanted to make to postpone this for a certain time period. Since this is apparently the opportunity, I'm going to ask your indulgence to make a few general remarks because to explain my position.
Okay, that's fine. You can certainly explain your position. I would actually note that the motion on the floor that we're considering is whether to take this up on April 14.
Which is a motion to postpone. I wouldn't have postponed it to that far.
Right.
I would have given it just another week or two, but
Hopefully
regardless.
1 week.
All right. I'd like, if I could, to
Go ahead,
just
Ms. Osi.
talk a little bit about my experience in the last 2 weeks. I feel very comfortable with collective bargaining. I have been involved both personally and as a school board member with collective bargaining for, about 15 or 20 years. One of the first things I did when I came on this body was go into Mr. Otto's office and ask to get a better understanding of health department issues. I have historically been supportive of every contract that has come before me, actually. This particular situation I'm in now is very troublesome to me, and I want to explain to you what's troubling me. The first thing is about a month ago I found out about side agreements. I believe that some side agreements are perfectly appropriate. If you've got an issue over a contract where you have differing interpretation, it obviously makes sense to sit down and figure it out and have a side agreement once you come to a resolution of that. I also think that it's perfectly acceptable if you've got something that's not clear to both bodies to meet and have a side agreement. Some of the side agreements that I've now seen actually save the city money. But other side agreements that I have seen cost the city money and actually move employee classes to a different pay grade or pay category where there's a financial impact. And I'm very concerned about that for my responsibility as an assembly member, because the line of authority here is they run the city and we give them the money to do it. We're handling the budget. It took me a while, but I did go through the side agreements, and they're all in this contract. That took me a while to figure out. I'm appreciative of that. I don't know what the legal is for the side agreements that occurred prior to this contract and historically how we're going to deal with them. I've had a brief conversation with Mr. Reeves about that. I think that's something that this body has to take up later. So that's number one. Number two, I am very unhappy about the lack of clear information and the lack of opportunities for discussion we've had. We had one work session where we were given a half an hour to talk about this. I was allowed 2 questions, and virtually all the information that I have on contracts has come from the union. I want to say a sincere thank you to both APDA and the fire folks for sitting down with me, going through contract and saying, here's a savings, here's a savings, here's a savings, because I didn't get that from the city, and I think I should have. I also, I still continue to struggle with getting a better understanding about health, but that's not real relevant. Hopefully I can get it later. I am also very unhappy about lack of clarity on financial impact of these contracts. Since I believe in collective bargaining, I think that my responsibility as an assembly member before this ever starts is to say, here's some general things that I think you guys should look at as you negotiate. Negotiations, I stay out of it, I can't talk to you. But then when it comes to me, I've got to accept the whole picture, but I need to know how much it costs, because I have to figure in this with all the other things that the people in this city come to us to ask for. I have had a heck of a time figuring out how much this costs. I really have. I finally got what's called the C, the Summary of Economic Effects, very, very late in the process. And then when I got it, I discovered that parts of the contract were not included in that C. For instance, specifically, I looked for the performance pay incentive, because it said right there, we're not giving you any cost on the performance pay incentive. So I put in a call to Mr. Raskams, our internal auditor, and I said, please, can you work on this to just give me even a ballpark how much this costs? And I had a conversation with the chief financial officer for the city that said, please tell me how much this costs. And they can't for sure, because they don't know how many of you guys are going to go ahead and do the indicators to get the performance pay, and they don't know for sure what percentage, particularly down the road, you're actually going to receive that's tied to the CPI. Is it going to be the 2.5 or the 4.5? But they gave me a ballpark range, by $1 million, but a ballpark range. I am most particularly upset about the fact that we just finished our 09 budget. We spent a lot of time on that 09 budget. We argued about $10,000. We did. We were talking about $15,000 and $20,000. The latest information I have on this financial contract says that even though this has been negotiated some time ago, the police contract is short. We don't have enough money in this budget we just finished by $388,000. And so hopefully I have a chance to ask, because so far it doesn't look like I'm going to, is how we're going to handle that. The response from the administration is the police department will absorb it. Well, $388,000 is a lot of money. We went crazy over our $100,000 flexibility we got from the gas, right? And I'm looking down there at our budget chair, and she worked hard on that. Well, now we've got a $388,000 that is just, they'll absorb it. Well, I want to be sure that the police long-range plan gets funded. I want to be sure that we bring on those new recruits in time. And right now, I don't know how we're going to do that. I'm sorry, I'm almost done with my list. I was truthfully a little bit offended on Friday at our work session when I was told, well, if you don't vote for this, then it's going to be binding arbitration. And you guys are going to be in a pickle. Well, I talked to police officers, I talked to city employees, and the police officers and the firefighters that I've talked to seemed more than reasonable to talk about this contract. They were talking about savings for us and talking about, here, how can we help you get more information? Actually, most of the angry people I heard were from AMEA instead of the police department and the fire department. My experience with bargaining is you don't just immediately go to binding arbitration. We sit down and we talk this thing through. I'd like to know how you guys think we should handle this $388,000 hole in the police budget. I do not believe that because you talk, that means you're in binding arbitration. There are steps that are mandated when you go through negotiations. What else? I guess that's my list. I have gone back and forth on this contract probably 10 times because it is really hard for me personally to not support a negotiated contract. It would benefit me tremendously to have a little more time so that the costs, and by the way, the costs for that performance pay that I just got, the last one I got as I walked in today, differ from what was worked out by the internal auditor and the chief financial officer. They're different figures. I was astounded to know that during bargaining, there's nobody from the finance department that's included in bargaining. Ms. Como, I see you in the audience. I want to applaud the Anchorage School District because during bargaining, there is always somebody there from the financial side in the school district who gives costs to both, and you can argue about how much it costs, but you at least have it there as a factor. So if I had a little more time, I could know if I could live with this hole in the budget, and I could get a better grip on the wide range of figures that it's going to cost us in the out years. And right now, I can't answer that. And it's really hard for me to vote for a contract when I don't know how it's going to be funded. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of order from the associator. How much time is a little more time?
The proposal on the table is for April 14. It sounded like you wanted 1 week, but that's, of course, the week of Christmas. You're saying January 6th?
What I intended to do was to have a little time during discussion. I didn't quite anticipate we were going to have this many people show up to testify. I thought I could talk to the chief, I could say, where are you going to do, how are you going to handle this whole, I thought
question, Ms. Osiander?
Just a second, Chief.
I'd love to tell you.
I thought that I could talk to Sharon and talk to Pete and get a better handle on how much the performance pay was really going to cost to see what the impact would be. I don't know how much time that will take. It appears that the body is intent on voting on this tonight. That's the flavor I'm getting from the comments. The only opportunity I saw was this one to jump in on Mr. Starr's proposal. I didn't know he was going to go for that date. I didn't even know he was going to move to postpone. So.
Right. Well, the reason I asked the question was just to perhaps prompt an amendment to the motion to April 14th is not palatable to me, but you might have something better.
I would turn to the administration and say, how long do you think it would take so we could talk through how the police would absorb this increase in a cost that I believe should have been known, and and how long it would take to get a better understanding on the other parts of the contract on the costing. So, thank you.
Anyone from the administration ready to offer an answer? Mr. Mayor, Ms. Webb.
I'd like to answer through the chair, Ms. Osiander.
All right. Go ahead.
The $388,000 that was identified by OMB to me last night is 4/1,000ths of my budget. It's approximately 0.4% of my budget. I can absorb that through movement of people and personnel costs that happen throughout the course of our budget year. And knowing that we have to fill that gap, there'd be obviously a concerted effort to make sure that happens. I don't know if OMB has anything they want to add to that.
I see heads shaking. Okay. Ms. Osiander, is that all?
No, but I will yield.
All right. Dr. Selcraig.
Well, first of all, I want to express my appreciation for Ms. Osiander's experience on this body. I have found this to be an agonizingly difficult process. But one thing that I'm proud of tonight is that I actually have read this contract. And so when Mr. Starr raised the issue of the item in the contract, I remembered that it is in the contract. And I happen to know that it's on page 24, and it's 24.3, and it's there verbatim. But it is, that's a sign of how difficult this is. And it is very, very difficult. And I think that the issues that Ms. Osiander has raised are certainly issues I have agonized with. I would suspect that the police yesterday were very kind of uncomfortable with the questions that I've been asking. He didn't believe me. That's the fire contract?
Yep. That's the fire contract.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it is. You're right. It's not in the back. Oh, it was the fire contract. I am wrong.
It is in the fire contract.
It is in the fire contract. I am wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, I have read them both, and I did remember it. The point is that the issues that Ms. Osiander has raised in terms of lack of information has been very, very difficult. In part of one of what we have to learn from this experience is that this body actually needs to have more time. It has to have more information answered. The issue of moving into a contract that actually exceeds our budget makes us all very nervous. And I guess I want to put on the record, Ms. Osiander, the reason that I was inspired to get our monthly reports in terms of where we are is because I'm concerned about the commitments that we have before us and the budget that we've approved. And so I think that I think the issue of side agreements have come up, and in kind of my deliberations and my conversations with the union, one of the things that I've asked whether or not we could have a side agreement to this contract to reduce that full pay for that union representative, because I think people are uncomfortable with the idea that we've got a full paid employee that's doing union work, that's not paying by union dues. So that, even though we're not liking side agreements, I think I've discussed that with some of the union representatives, and I would be interested in if this contract is approved, whether there's any willingness on the union's part to pick up some of that cost. I was impressed with the firefighters. They've got a bank. They've got a leave bank, and so they do union work using that leave bank. I also think that it's important, Chief, if you can figure out where $350,000 can come from between last night and today, I think we're saying that's the kind of work that has to go on right now with our budgets. I mean, the fact is, as Fire explained to us, that they realized they were going to be short, they thought they were going to be able to eat something, and they cut back. So, I mean, what has to go on, and what the people, I think, here tonight are bringing us that aren't from the union and aren't on this contract, is that we do know as a body and as a community that the fat times are not here anymore. And so I'm still to vote tonight, but I think that the issues that Ms. Osiander raised are very real issues, they're very responsible issues, and they're issues that I also take very seriously in this process. And, if there's money to be saved, we need to know about it, because we may not need it in police. We may need it somewhere else. So I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
All right. I just want to remind there's 5 people in the queue, and I want to remind the motion on the floor is not approval of the contract. The motion on the floor is to be postponed until April 14. And I would encourage everyone, when you speak, to please direct your comments to, should we move this to April 14, or should we vote on it tonight, or whatever. Mr. Birch.
I'm supporting postponement. I believe it was about 6 weeks ago I made a request to the financial office for an actual dollar figure and financial impact on the myriad of side agreements were identified. Heretofore, I have not received that. I understand that the side agreements are now going to be rolled forward and incorporated in this. But, I think personally it's very disappointing not to have that kind of financial detail. Again, I think we have the capacity to generate that information. I personally feel like I've been somewhat stonewalled on getting that cost information that's really necessary. Postponement, as discussed earlier, will give us an opportunity to get the financial details that are necessary to take a look at whether or not we can really afford this contract with built-in increases and tied to CPI on the upside, but also if there's some discussion about if you have a negative CPI, if you actually have a reduction. So I think postponement will give us an opportunity to review this in more detail, perhaps to get the financial information that has been long since requested. And we need to be very mindful of the impact, as has been testified here earlier this evening, of the impact of this on our taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I don't want to pontificate too much, but I'm going to be speaking against postponement. I kind of feel like we're on a blind squirrel hunt here. We've got a legal opinion that says that the code language, and Mr. Reeves will correct me if I paraphrase him incorrectly, that the code language applies whether it's actually written into the contract or not. And so I think that issue is resolved, and therefore I don't see the need to postpone, particularly until the middle of April. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Chairman, again, we would oppose the delay. There's one simple issue. As you know, we worked hard to get police and fire, which is your next contract, into the medical program. The open enrollment only occurs January, and when that occurs, if we're unable to enroll the police department employees, that will be a savings of $327,000 we will not realize. So just a point of information for you.
Thank you. Mr. Starr.
Well, I'm back to sort of haste doesn't produce the best product, and I've seen it now that we're going to go ahead and disregard municipal code, and I challenge Mr. Reeves to speak to it from how it's written in code, in that the paragraphs that I've read are in quotations, sort of with the interest that they be included in the contract. It's fairly clear. So we seem to get fast and loose here with municipal codes, as we've seen with the side agreements. we need to flesh out some more financial information. And a couple examples that I can give you would be that I haven't got a clear answer that Appendix A, as presented to us tonight, which is the pay schedules for all these folks out here, is accurate. In fact, the copy I have on my desk, I was told at the break, isn't correct. So, we're getting ahead of ourselves here in a needless, pointless way. If we could step back and do our work, if legal could review these contracts for compliance and make sure they're right, if financial had a time to value that, I got a PIP forecast, a performance increase forecast for 2010 in the 2.9 scenario, for example. Now I see a value of $782,000 that isn't built into the financial model that was given to me. So now we're rushing the financial questions over that. And my challenges are when we rush, we don't do well following public process. And this is what's happening, is we're purposely disregarding code. We have no financial oversight that I can rely on. It changes. Appendix A, the pay schedule, was never even ratified by the members sitting out here. They didn't see it. I got it this afternoon at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Are we going to bypass all of what's in municipal code and just throw that aside because we have to hurry this along? The current contract doesn't expire until July. This can be put to bed in a negotiated fashion and let us do our work. The only thing is going to be a retroactive pay requirement back to January 1. By then we'll see first quarter numbers. We'll have budget adjustments. Fiscal can confirm that we have the money to pay for this. APD can come back to us and tell us how they're going to do it. Chief, you were up at this microphone. We were arguing about how $100,000 was going to break the bank. Now you're saying $300,000 is no sweat. I'm concerned that we're rushing the process.
Not a question, Mr. Starr, because that's not what I said.
My question is, what's the harm in delaying? I'll be flexible on the April 14th date, but the contract language needs to meet code, it needs to be right, and the members need to ratify those changes. That's not uncalled for. If it was a simple clerical matter with, as you say, a meet and confer inference, but there's 14-day consideration periods. There's the time frames. We don't have wage reopener clauses in here that force dates and deadlines like we do in the old contract. This contract clause is important, and it was specified for that reason, to put it in there so that the parties continuously came together. And if you're going to disregard municipal code, I don't want to have a part in that.
Ms. Osiander.
Move to amend to delay to January 20th.
All right. The motion has been moved and amended to make it January 20th and not April 14th. Ms. Gray-Jackson, did you want to speak to the amendment from April 14th to January 20th?
Not to the amendment, but I just want to make one comment.
Okay. We'll get back to that because you're in the queue. Let's first take up the proposed amendment. Anyone that wants to be heard as to the proposed amendment, moving the date from April 14th to January 20th. All right. Ms. Johnson as to the move from April 14th to January 20th.
I just have a question. You were talking about the open enrollment for the medical plan. I think I'm in that medical plan. I thought ours was in June. It's in January 1st. And how long?
We actually just completed the open enrollment process, and all municipal employees who are part of the municipal health plan have completed their enrollment and have been entered. Both police and fire agreed to enroll into the new plan with the understanding that if this contract was not approved, we would do an emergency open enrollment, and they would be permitted to enroll in the existing plans that they are currently in under contract. So we will not receive the savings.
So it's not anything to do with the municipal plan. This is just are you saying that it's not going to work because we're not passing it by a certain time? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is, under current contract, the plan that you have heard several APDEA members speak to as the premium plan, we were successful in negotiating that premium plan out of the contract. Without a contract that has been approved, they will remain under the existing premium health plan that is provided under the
Okay,
contract.
so if we don't approve this plan, they'll be under that health plan for a whole year?
For a whole year, or we could potentially have a special enrollment that it is not required. We do our open enrollment in January.
But so we could potentially have a special enrollment.
If they would be willing to, it's negotiable. We can't impose it upon them.
But it's not an absolute.
It's not enough.
Okay, thank you.
All right. As to the only thing that's in front of us is the January 20th date as an amendment. Let's go ahead, Ms. Okian.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the answer. So if this contract is approved tonight versus if this contract is approved January 20th, what does that do to the health savings?
If the contract is not approved tonight, the employees will enroll and receive the greater municipal contribution towards their health plan, and we will continue to provide the premium plan.
Yeah, I heard, but that isn't what I asked. If it's approved tonight versus approved on the 20th, what is the impact of that? That was my question.
The impact at least will be for January because they will be enrolled in their premium health plan for January.
Can they then change plans in January if you approved it in January 20th?
They can change plans.
In January?
Well, it would probably be February or March by the time we were able to process the open enrollment.
Okay.
It's an open enrollment in
Not an issue
January.
then, is what, okay, thank you.
Okay. Dr. Sucker, do you have something? Okay. Is there any opposition to amending the motion to postpone to make it January 20th? We're not voting on the underlying motion to postpone. Is there any opposition to changing the date to January 20th? I hear and see no opposition, so the date that's now before us is January 20th. As to the motion to postpone until January 20th, Ms. Gray-Jackson, you're next in the queue. And I appreciate your patience.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have anything to say in regard to postpone. I had some other comments to make, but I'll be happy to make them later.
Ms. Johnston, as to postpone it to January 20th. All right. We'll put this on the board. Please vote. A yes vote will postpone action on this contract until January 20th. A no vote will mean it is still in front of us for consideration tonight. Again, no keeps it in front of us. Yes moves to January 20th. Please vote. And for the audience, sometimes I repeat these to make sure everybody knows what they're voting for so we don't have to have motions for reconsideration. And that motion fails by a vote of 6-4. All right, so what is before us is now approval of the contract. Anyone in the queue? Ms. Johnston.
Start the questioning off then. I handed out to each of you the PERS benefit value estimation, and I asked Ms. Weddleton to come up with, and you have to understand this is an estimation, to come up with some samples for somebody at an $80,000 salary, $100,000 salary. I have both the police and the fire chief's salary here, plus Ms. Weddleton and Mr. Abbott, the mayors, and then a sample of some of the salaries that were in the top 50. And I want you to, I realize that not all police are PERS. Some are in the police and fire retirement plan, and that's a closed system, so this would not apply. What I'd like to do is ask Ms. Weddleton, Mr. Mayor.
I'm looking at the same sheet because I haven't seen it, Ms.
Okay.
Johnson, because I didn't get it.
Here, I'll give you one. Okay. Sorry, I came. First of all, I'd like to ask Ms. Weddleton why it's important to understand the cost of an annuity as far as retirement.
Through the chair, understanding how much an annuity would be worth to the recipient of an annuity helps a member of the public understand how much a Tier 1, 2, or 3 per retirement could be worth, given that the information on the sheet is an estimate. And there are different factors. For instance, in a column that lists Mr. Abbott and myself, a more precise calculation, if you were simply looking at the purchase price of an annuity, would be fine-tuned because most likely an annuity for me would be more expensive than an annuity for Mr. Abbott, all other things being equal.
And when we're discussing annuities and we're discussing retirements, basically when you have a retirement, you need to set a retirement for say somebody's going to live for 30 years, you need to buy this annuity up front. Is that correct?
I'm not an annuity expert through the chair. However, my understanding of annuities is that when you choose to buy an annuity, you have a lot of options available to you. One of which is, do I want an annuity that has a value left to it if I die quite quickly? One option available to you is, do I want an annuity with inflation protection? There are a lot of different options available to someone buying an annuity. However, someone nearing retirement who's interested in an annuity would need to understand the purchase price of the fixed income stream they were interested in solidifying.
Okay. And I just, for the audience's information, as I say, I took some of the samples from the top 50 police employees, which I have to say, I was kind of interested when I looked at those top 50. Unless there's some gender-neutral names, I think there were only 3 women. But for an estimation for $150,000, the annuity would be $2.1 million. For $165,000 a year, the annuity would be about $2.3 million. And for the annuity for $256,000 a year would be close to $3.5 million. Thank you.
Mr. Starr. Well, in addition to reading the contract cover to cover 8 times, and then processing information all the way through 4 o'clock today, I went back and compared it to what the guidelines were on the original resolution as adopted by the Assembly. 2 challenges with that is that the inference is, well, if I didn't like the resolution, why didn't I write another one saying, negotiate this or negotiate that? The Assembly is restricted from adopting additional Assembly guidance to the administration while collective bargaining is open, which is real important to me, is when you guys open collective bargaining, that sort of says I can't speak to the collective bargaining agencies, nor can I provide directives to the administration. So I went back to the adopted version, which is March 27th of 2007. That's when, actually, it was adopted, the 27th of March, I'm sorry. So it basically has the guidelines in there that the Assembly prior to mine said this is what we'd like you to negotiate under. And what you do is you look for compliance to those guidelines and those requirements. And I found areas where it didn't comply. And that could be opinionated. That's my job, is to put my opinion to this. Under Section 1 of our Assembly resolution, it speaks that future negotiations should negotiate provisions that employees must share in the rising cost of health benefits, even if it means sharing a larger percentage of the cost. And this was the guiding statement that we tasked the Assembly, or the administration rather, with that. I don't believe that the larger percentage of the cost, as it was described in the resolution directive, has been met. I see increased, as you guys say, give back on a lesser plan down to, say, a more Chevrolet version as opposed to Cadillac. But the percentage paid by the employee in the overall contribution is still far less. It's a lower percentage than it was before. I see municipal copay requirements in at the $1,500 level, and the copay calculation for the premium plan at $26 for the Plan 100. That works not for me. Contract statements such as in Section 3 under your benefits level were statements that didn't suggest that the contract was trending towards that. It speaks to contract statements like this one where in the contract it says, during the life of this agreement, there should be no changes in deductibles, co-insurance levels, lifetime maximum benefits, and an annual out-of-pocket maximum expense for the 2009 plan known as the 100 plan. That, to me, wasn't a sharing. That wasn't a give back in terms of the directive from what the Assembly said to do to the administration. We negotiated that contract. I don't think that's been met. Section 3 of the same March 27th, 07 resolution, the administration was directed by the Assembly to negotiate to eliminate service recognition and longevity compensation programs. These have been replaced with this new concept called pay for performance. That's not in the directive. It said do away with the programs that compensate for because you've been here for 25 years, you automatically get a pay grade. That's been replaced with things like no sarcasm here, but, don't smash your car, don't get a disciplinary action, and move to those levels, you're going to make more money. That doesn't speak to the spirit of what the resolution was about. It said get rid of the factors that because you're breathing in here, you get a raise. I don't see that. I see that, again, just tonight, a value has been disclosed, and I believe that they did away with the longevity suggestion because it was an unburdened cost, and now it's been replaced by a PIP program that, is in 2010 going to be about $1 million if you use the average between what you can expect on the increase. I also see that the longevity statement is still in the contract. Under the section, it still reads, employees on the payroll as of January 1, 1981 shall be eligible for and receive 10% longevity pay unless they resign. If we're going to do away with it, get it all out of there. That's what I think. Section 4 speaks to the weight.
Mr. Starr, I would note that we do have a general effort to try to keep our comments to 2 minutes, and you're probably at about 5. But continue, but try to wind them up pretty quickly.
Section 4 of the 2007 resolution directive speaks to wage adjustments not to exceed the CPI. And this one was challenging for me because I believe that the spirit of that has been convoluted since 2007. I think that the Assembly recognized back then that employee benefits were runaway and were going down the path that didn't make sense. And so I've seen several versions of that, and the words including benefits has been lined out or references benefited increases. In this resolution, again, we're seeing CPI increases over the life of this contract into the 27 and 28% increase. That, to me, isn't CPI. CPI is a smaller one. And the challenge here, folks, is the total burden cost of the employer. You may see a certain dollar amount on your paycheck, but the problem is the administration, through actuarial changes that Ms. Johnson was trying to show you, and the contribution, the total burden cost is like this. So you'll get the 3.9, but the municipality gets this. And that, to me, isn't the spirit of what I think they had intended there. I think, furthermore, that the 2.9 maximum floor doesn't speak to the factors that we may be in a deflationary period. I can appreciate the 5-year compensation averaging over the last CPI average for 5 years. But if we go into a deflationary market, you may see a CPI in that range with as negative growth or no growth as we go into deflationary times. Start to average that over 5 years, and that 2.9% floor is really, again, it doesn't speak both ways. If the directive was CPI, follow it, then I'm willing to roll the dice on the next 5 years. You're getting a floor of 2.9 and a maximum of 4.5. That's illustrated in the contract language through Section 5B through F. Section 5 of the Assembly resolution spoke to eliminating work rules that result in costly administrative policies. Overtime policies of the department seem to be allowing some major abuses still. I see 50 of the top employees account for half of the overtime budgeted. To me, 50 employees shouldn't get half the pie in the overtime. It's believe me, disingenuous, or it doesn't speak to grant programs, or it doesn't speak to the way the police do it. I've asked every way to Sunday to summarize the overtime pay factors, and when I see officer pay in the top 50 with sometimes twice their annual salaries in overtime, something's not working right. So again, the eliminate the work rules in specific, I believe the Assembly was saying, get a handle on that. And it hasn't. We're at $5.3 million in overtime this year. Chief, I'll give you the grant, and I'll give you the $900,000 that we've increased the budget and all the other factors. But it isn't an appropriate use of dollars paying an officer time and a half or above to work a call. I think this also speaks to processes that result, and again, the
Mr. Starr, how much more do you have? Because you're well past, you're at about 7-8 minutes already, and we're really trying to limit ourselves, and that was a mutual agreement we had as a body.
I think that was your chairman's rule, and I really appreciate you're willing to move the process, sir. But
actually, Mr. Starr, that was
you
a
have
function.
The floor.
I'm sorry, Mr. Starr, that was not my rule. That was a function of we, as a body of the retreat, agreed that we would all mutually try to limit our comments to 2 minutes, and we would try to only speak twice. That's not. I'm trying to encourage what we, as a body, agreed to.
I think that the resolution to eliminate the work rules brings us into new ground with this Section 125 plan requirement. And the way the contribution level of the municipality is going to give you guys a certain fixed amount of money. If you're a junior officer and you don't choose to buy that plan, you end up with surplus money. You're going to get a contribution to that, and you're going to get your choice to buy the plan you want. If you buy a cheaper plan, you get some extra money. 2007 resolution says do away with the burdensome plans. A Section 125 plan requirement to make sure that the difference of that thing remains pre-tax income to you is burdensome on the administration. If you're going to get extra cash, you decide where you put it. Your 401, you spend it, you do whatever, you put it in the bank for future health care concerns. You decide. Don't burden the municipality with another Section 125 plan. That's not our job. I'll have other closing comments, but I do anticipate abstaining from a final vote if there is one tonight.
Thank you. I see no one else in the queue. The motion to approve is on the floor, so I will ask people to please vote. A yes vote will approve this contract, and a no vote will not approve the contract. Please vote.
Ms. Dunstan?
I'm sorry. Mr. Chairman, she wanted to try to call Mr. Coffey to see if he could come back for the later meeting. Could we give her a second to...
That's fine. The vote's pending. We'll give Ms. Johnson a moment to come back.
And Dr. Selkirk, you need to...
They're going to get her.
Okay, that's fine. We're voting. Ms. Johnson, the vote on approval of the contract is on the floor. A yes vote will approve the contract as proposed, and no vote. Well, there was... And I'm sorry, but no one had been in the queue, and the queue was empty. I understand, Ms. Johnson. I will, although the voting is in progress, I will allow you a moment to be heard. Go ahead. And I agree. You don't talk much, so go ahead.
I have my elevator speech here. I want to give it. Actually, I just want to say that I believe in taxes, and I believe in impact fees. And the reason I believe in them because I think it makes each of us individually responsible for the fabric of our community. And when we're individually responsible, hopefully we have buy-in, and we think about what our wants are, our needs, and cost of services, and the economics of it. And hopefully we think in sort of entrepreneurial ways. I was saddened to find out the other day by the Milken annual state survey that Alaska's last place in entrepreneurship. We're 50 out of 50. And I've also been saddened because over the last month or so, as we've been talking about budgets and labor agreements, there's been things that have been said in this body that means that even in our political leadership, sometimes we're disconnected with that fabric. I understood at one point when we were talking about our budget that a family of 3 this year was paid $10,000 by the state, by the permanent fund dividend, and by the energy rebate. And that same family of 3 only paid $5,000 for property tax. And because of that, we should feel really comfortable with our budget. Well, first of all, that is 08, and I'm afraid 09 is not going to be quite as nice. I also, during our budget talk, somebody said when some folks from nonprofits were asking the municipality for money and they didn't get all they wanted, it was said, come back at the first quarter because the cost of living might be increasing and we might be able to give you more money. Or there was one of the labor contracts that we were told, this isn't a taxpayer's issue. This labor contract's being paid for by the ratepayers and impact fees. This is very sad. It means that we're, even as political leaders, we are disassociating ourselves from the responsibility. You know, when I ran for office, I didn't run for office because I thought it would be fun. And tonight's a fine example. I ran because I didn't want to be one of those people that said, somebody should do something about it. And I don't want to be one of those people in April when we have these fixed costs and we go to set the mill rate for taxes, and I'm looking at these fixed costs and I'm saying somebody should do something about it. I don't want to be that person. Anyways, I think there's a lot of things going on. I think we have a great police force, but I don't think it's great times. Even in the state, I think we have some things that are showing that we're in deflation. I think if you look at our commodities, the price of oil, price of gold, that we as a state depend on, they've gone down, and it's not just because of cartels, it's not just because of people trading in the futures market. It's because of lack of demand. Lack of demand is deflation. We have done all these contracts with an increase in cost, looking at some kind of inflation. I just want to say, for those reasons, I am voting no on this contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. If you could then go ahead and vote on the pending contract. And that contract is approved.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
That contract is approved by a vote of 6-3. I would note under the rules Mr. Starr abstained, but under the rules abstaining is not allowed. So under the record that will be reflected as a no vote.
I refuse to break municipal code, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
I would like to move for immediate reconsideration and urge a no vote. Thank you.
Is there a second? Seconded by Dr. Selcraig. Is there anyone that wants to vote yes on the motion for reconsideration? Hearing and seeing no on the motion for reconsideration fails. I'm going to ask that we take a 5-minute recess. We stop at 11. I want to have a few minutes to figure out what we're going to try to get done in the next 30 minutes, 25 minutes, and whether we may extend or not. I'll just call it. If we could return to our seats and quiet in the audience, please. We are resuming our meeting. Dr. Selcraig. Quiet, please. Ladies and gentlemen, quiet. Dr. Selcraig.
Yes, I'd like to request a point of personal privilege.
Go ahead.
I've been on the record that I would step down tonight as vice chair because I'm running for mayor, and I had agreed to do that. And so at this time, I would like to render my resignation as vice chair of this body.
And there's a written submission to that effect that the clerk has. I don't think that's a...
That all it takes?
I don't think it needs. I don't think it needs a motion.
I would like to move to nominate Harriet Drummond to replace me.
Ms. Osiander, you moved and seconded. Actually, I think the process is that we take nominations and then it's a secret ballot.
Okay.
Ms. Osiander, there you're in the queue. Go ahead.
Well, I wanted to thank Dr. Selcraig for her service to this body. It was appreciated. But I also wanted to ask if we could postpone this until our next meeting when we have a body that will actually be dealing with the new officers. So that's my question to the body as a whole.
Okay, so that's a motion to postpone the nomination process? All right. Hold on.
Would be, I get to resign, but we don't replace me until, is that what the intent?
That's the motion. The motion is that you wouldn't be replaced.
I just want to clarify. Thank you.
You wouldn't be replaced until January 6th. And the clerk, Madam Clerk, did you have a?
On January 6th, the chair will already be acting mayor because our current mayor will be a U.S. Senator. So the assembly will be a body of 10, and Ms. Gray Jackson will be excused that night, so it will be a body of 9.
All right. Mr. Gutierrez, on the question of whether we should vote tonight on.
Mr. Chairman, I may be in our nation's capital on that evening as well, and for that and other reasons, because it's business we need to get done, I would speak against postponement of this.
All right. Mr. Starr, Mr. Postponement.
I'm speaking for it. I'd rather have a full body, and I think what Ms. Osiander suggested was, the meeting looks like it's going to be continued to tomorrow. So are you looking to go into next month, Ms. Osiander, or was the movement to just have some time to talk about it amongst ourselves?
Well, my first preference would be a full assembly that will be dealing with the matters to come in the next year.
Right.
So absolutely tomorrow would be better because I'm assuming Mr. Coffey would be here. Certainly I would want Mr. Gutierrez and Ms. Gray Jackson to also be here. But at this point, it seems premature.
Well, let me ask this. It is now 11:15. I make my best efforts to inquire at 11:15 whether we are going to extend. And so there's really two questions for the body. One is, should we extend past 11? And the second question is, should we either extend past 11 and see how far we get, or we extend to tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Or we can extend past 11 and before 12 we can decide whether we're extending till tomorrow. And trying to get a sense from the body. Anybody got an opinion on that? Mr. Gutierrez.
Point of order on the question of the nomination of vice chair and the motion to postpone. Is that something we're able to take action on after 11 o'clock, or does our time run out when the clock ticks 11?
If you extend.
We would have to extend. I believe we can extend and take it up after we extend.
But we can take action after 11 o'clock on this issue?
Yes. There's lots of nodding, and I'm going to find that we can, if the Assembly approves it, right? Mm-hmm. I think given the hour, and I don't want to push the edge too much, I'm going to ask that we hold off on the motion on the floor right now and ask if there's a motion to extend past 11 tonight. Moved by... Oh, go ahead, Ms. Osen.
If you told us what we critically had to do, so we could sort of weigh, can we do it in 20 minutes or?
The critical items that the administration has advised that we need to act on before the end of the year would be items 14D, 14E, 14G.
Wait a minute.
I'll go through. 14D is the 2008 general government operating budget.
Okay.
14E is Merrifield operating budget.
Okay.
14G is the electrical code revision. 14H is the West Park subdivision, generically referred as Sand Lake. 14I is the second part of Sand Lake. And 14S is Health and Human Services grant for coordinated senior transportation. Those are the items that the administration has identified that we have to act on before year's end.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Osen.
At least the school acquisition, I've had a lot of contact. Maybe there are significant numbers of people who want to testify. That could play into the time allotment, too.
Anybody in the audience that wishes to be heard as to the Sand Lake school property purchase? Okay.
So there's at least 45 minutes.
That tells me that we're going to have to come back tomorrow.
I would say so. Thank you.
And so I guess the question for the body is, do we want to take further action tonight, or we just want to resume tomorrow at 5 o'clock? Is there a motion to resume at 5 o'clock tomorrow?
So moved. Mr. Chairman?
Second.
Mr. Abbott.
I don't know if you included the fire contract on that list.
I didn't include. Would you like it to be included on that list?
Yes, please.
Well,
and second...
Although, Mr. Abbott. Mr. Abbott, at this point, the motion would be to continue the whole agenda. We're not picking any items at this point.
Okay, and would you be able to begin before 6 p.m.?
It's noticed on the agenda that we would continue at 5 p.m.
I'm just wondering whether
agenda items may be continued to 5 p.m. on December 17 at the Assembly Chambers. That's the clerk's.
Are you able to start public hearings before 6 p.m.?
And I think you're right, Mr. Abbott, we cannot. So...
No, you're continuing the meeting, Mr. Chairman, so you've started that process.
All right.
Right.
Okay. Any dispute from Assembly Council or Municipal Council? We can open public hearings at 5.
What was your counsel at that moment?
What's that?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, you may be the senator-elect, but in this state, you still can't practice law without a license.
They agree.
All right, so we can start at 5, and the motion would be to continue the entire agenda tomorrow at 5 o'clock.
Has Mrs. Drummond, have they amended their motion?
That's how I understand the motion. Hold on. Wait, yes, we're going to clarify here.
We have a motion on the floor to extend past 11.
There was a motion on the floor to extend past 11, and there's also a subsequent motion to continue tomorrow. Since the first motion on the floor was to extend past 11, I will ask a vote and ask if anyone wants to vote to extend past 11, understanding that there will be a subsequent motion to continue tomorrow at 5. Is there anyone that is voting yes to extend past 11? Hearing and seeing no one, that motion fails. Now, Mr. Gutierrez, I think, made a motion to extend tomorrow beginning at 5, and we would just continue with the agenda from where we stopped tonight. Under that motion. Go ahead, Ms. Ossian.
Mr. Chairman, to clarify, my preference would be we do the most critical things first. My sense is we might take a whole lot of time tomorrow, too. So if we could reorder the agenda, and I'm happy to go with the administration's prioritization list.
Okay. Okay, so this is the order that we would follow under this. I will articulate, which I believe is the administration was asked that the fire contract be added. So the first order of business would be assembly reorganization as to vice chair.
That's the most critical, is it, sir?
I'm treating this as part, what's that? Go ahead, Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought I heard you say that we were going to continue the entire agenda, not just specific items.
All right, that is the motion. So, Ms. Ossian, I think the proper procedure thing would be to amend the motion to only take the critical items, or to take the critical items first.
Thank you. I would like to amend the motion to reorder the agenda to deal with the most critical items first, and I'll go with the administration's priority on critical items.
All right.
Second.
Okay. And as I understand those, this is the order which I understand them to be, and I'm offering the administration input option if they wish. It would be, the first item would be the election of a new vice chair. Then we would come to 14C, which is the fire contract, 14D, which is the 2008 budget, 14E, Merrill Field, 14G, which is electrical code, 14H, Sand Lake, 14I, Sand Lake, and 14S, senior transportation.
Mr. Chairman, is there a reason we can't deal with the vice chair issue now?
There was a request that we wait until Mr. Coffey was here.
Fair enough.
And I was responding to that request.
Does that list reflect what the administration just gave us? I'm a little confused.
Administration, are those the items you feel are must-dos? Based on what Ms. Handy handed me earlier.
Mr. Chair, we'd like to add one item to that if we are prioritizing items.
And what is that one?
And that item is 14. It's the animal.
That's F. Adoption fees?
Yeah, 14F.
14F, okay.
Mr. Chair?
Ms. Oster.
Is it the administration's top priority that the Assembly elect a vice chair?
We leave that to your decision.
That's what I thought, sir.
But we recognize the important relationship building that we have to have with you. So if that's your priority, it's our priority.
All right. Well, there certainly be opportunities tomorrow if Ms. Ossian, if you want to move to postpone that action, you can certainly do that. Okay, so the motion as it sits now is vice chair election, then 14C, 14D, 14E, 14F, 14G, 14H, 14I, and 14S. And then if time allows and there's no motion to adjourn, we will return to whatever is undone. I will ask if there's any opposition to the motion to continue tomorrow at 5 with that agenda set forth. Hearing and seeing no opposition. Mr. Starr, are you noting opposition?
No, I'd just like to clarify a point on the agenda.
That's fine. Before we get to, do you need a clarification before I rule on this motion?
No.
Okay. That motion passes. We will return tomorrow at 5, and we've got the items we'll be taking up. Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
Well, it would be my intention to, just based on the public input opportunities, to move the resolution speaking to the bear management and the wildlife specialist to sometime in January. So the public that's listening or can see it, I'll probably move that to January to free the agenda up for the other items, and then the public doesn't have to sit through there to talk about that critical item. So I'll intend to do that with a date certain probably tomorrow.
Okay, and I appreciate that, Mr. Starr, and that those that are here for bears, that's your notice that it won't be. It'll come tomorrow, but we won't act on it tomorrow. Okay, I don't see anything else.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of personal privilege. I would note that former Assembly members Dan Sullivan and Dick Trainey are in the room, and just want to welcome them. Former Assembly member Alan Teske was here earlier, but he chose to sit with the riffraff in the press box, so we didn't mention that he was here. But welcome to those Assembly members who are here.
Well, I did earlier welcome Mr. Trainey, and I didn't see Mr. Sullivan, but welcome Mr. Sullivan. All right. Is there a motion to adjourn for the night?
So moved.
Okay. We are adjourned, and we'll see you tomorrow at 5. Hearing and seeing no yes vote on adjournment, we are no longer adjourned. Is there a motion to recess until 5 tomorrow? It's moved and seconded to recess until 5 tomorrow. Any opposition? We are recessed until 5 tomorrow with my apologies for the chair getting goofy. Have a great evening.